Why drop it already? Hi, good morning and welcome to the Windward Island Senior Women's 50 over tournament. And with me, my co-commentator is Mr. Jad Goodman. We want to sincerely apologize for the late start of the broadcast, but we've had a slight rain delay, and so far we could tell you that St Lucia won the toss and they have chosen to bat, and they are 31 without loss. Opening the batting for St Lucia is the captain Malaika Edward and Namaya Masley. So welcome, Jack. Good morning.
Yeah, pleasant good morning. It's always a good feeling to be back here in the commentary box, and always love to see the cricket being played in St Lucia. So a pleasant good morning indeed.
Yes, we'll go through the team quickly for St Lucia. Just see the resumption of play. That is the first ball after the slight rain delay we had.
Yeah, today seems a bit overcast, so we might have a few interruptions, a few rain interruptions throughout the day, but nonetheless, the ladies are back on the ground, getting started again. We have Delisha Francois bowling here from the media center, and she's coming into young Namaya Masley, who's turning this one off her hips there to try to get a single, but turned down by Captain Malaika Edwards. So far, a good opening stand by the two.
Yes, good opening stand so far by St Lucia. We have the experienced captain out in the middle, Malaika Edward, also senior Windward Island batter.
Yeah, Malaika so far has been showing her class as a player. You could see her striking the ball down the ground nicely. I mean, we were not on air, but still here in the commentary box, we were amazed by the stroke play of Malaika Edwards. And young Namaya Masley here, she's just settling into the game. I mean, it's a 50 over, so she has time. But both batsmen looking solid so far.
Yes, we saw some good stroke play there by Malaika, but also she has given two opportunities. And young, the Delisha Francois seems to be bowling stump to stump, which is what would be required of her.
Yeah, so far all bowlers have been really trying to attack the stump. The opening bowler, number 68, Karina Noel, was getting the ball to move laterally in the air, a bit of outswing away from the right-hander. So early on, she was giving Namaya Masley a bit of trouble outside of stump, but given the current conditions, swing has almost stopped.
Okay, like I said, we want to try to go for the team very quickly. Malaika Edward, who is the captain, we have Nerissa Alexander, Nisha Sherry, Roylin Cooper, Nerissa Crafton, Ashlyn Edward was the wicket keeper. This one down the leg side, white signal by umpire. We said Ashlyn Edward was the wicket keeper, Destiny Edward, Zida James, West Indies player, Kiana Joseph also West Indies player, Namaya Maslin, and then Selena Ross. And for Grenada,
the Grenada team, we have Aria Fortune, Delisha Foswa, Cassie Williams, the wicketkeeper, Karina Noel, Brittany Pascal, Rachel Francis, Taylor Dixon, Teresa Thomas, Anisha Thomas, who's the standing captain today, given the absence of the coveted Affy Fletcher, Devona Tyson, and Jadiah Tyrell.
This one, Malika just went hard at this one outside your stump, getting the thick outer edge. Ball racing down to the Footman area, unable to scamper for 2. So the score moves on to 44 without loss. Edward has taken a personal tally to 12 and Maslin on 10. So extras contributing a healthy 12 so far.
Yeah, so far it's been a good competition, even contest there between the bat and the ball. Despite the score there, 44 without loss, there has been a number of opportunities being created by the fast bowlers out there, just none have been taken so far.
Yes, especially Noel. She had in 2 consecutive deliveries created 2 opportunities, and both gone a begging.
Yeah, both caught and ball, so she really has nobody to blame but herself there. Another good delivery there by number 68, Karina Noel. She's been really on the money so far this morning. Karina Noel coming in again to Malika Edward. A ball back of a length. Malika hitting this one out to mid-wicket. No run there to be had. So far, a good over there by Karina Noel. Not many free deliveries being dished up there, and you see her catching the edge of Malika Edwards. So good bowling there so far by the fast bowler.
At the end of another good over. Just somewhat 3 runs coming off this over. So the current rate 4.86.
They just slowed down a bit there. The bowlers getting back the line and length after the rain break. I don't think Malika has hit a boundary yet after the coming back from the rain break. So they always say an interruption in play sometimes. And that does cause almost like a stunt in the players' continuance.
Yeah, the rhythm, sometimes it affects your rhythm. Sometimes as a bowler, but also as a batter. Again, we see Faswa attacking the stumps. Really, she has bowled very impressive this morning. Everything just thereabouts.
Yeah, it's a sight to see the fast bowlers really attacking the stump. She's not coming in looking for any pace, just line and length and accuracy. And I mean that's something that's always taught and I mean exaggerated there. And you see a misfield. The fielder there at mid-wicket casually going to this one and passing through her legs, and Namaya Masil able to sneak in a single there. I mean, as a bowler there, that'd be very disappointing. You want to bowl as many balls to one batsman as you can, and the fielder they're not supporting a bowler and letting this one go through for a single.
Yeah, it must be a bit this happening there for the bowler. That's number 66 would be, trying to see who was the culprit there. Jada Tyrell. What should not have been a single.
Yeah, and we see in the game of cricket these days, these easy runs, these misfields often cost you. A game losing by 1 run, I mean Jada Tyrell would be gutted if that happens. Nonetheless, we have Malika Edward getting ready to face up to Noel. Good delivery outside of stump. Malika comes back and plays a cut. A bit of confusion there in the wicket. Malika ambling through there for that single, almost getting run out, but wayward through there by the fielder at backward point.
Yes, really mix up in communication. I don't think there was really a single. The ball was struck straight to the fielder at point, and Masler just took off for a single. And the fielder perhaps had the option of going in both ends, but chose to go to the non-striker's end, and it was a wayward throw. And this is what perhaps saved Malika. Yeah. Definitely there was a run out on the cards.
Yeah, but fortune favors the brave there, and both of them still at the wicket. So far the running has been very good. Quick running there and really putting pressures on the fielders. Noel comes in again. Another delivery on off stump, this time respected by young Masler. Continuing to bowl well. Just a little bit of lateral movement there from the bowler. As I mentioned, not looking for too much space, just getting the ball up there and allowing it to do what it has to do in the air and off the wicket. A lovely shot there by young Masler, just getting on top of the bounce there and punching it past extra cover for 2 runs. Thinking about the third, but it really wasn't on. Good pursuit there by the fielder at extra cover. It looks like the Tyrell chasing that one down.
Yes, good shot there by Masler, really standing tall and just punching this one through the cover, bisecting the 2 fielders and getting 2 easy runs.
Another quick single there. That has really been the pinnacle of their batting so far. They're running between the wickets, putting pressure on the fielders, and so far no response there by the fielders, the Grenadian ladies.
Yes, certainly. Young Masler seems to be very eager to take whatever runs that's available, putting the fielders under immense pressure. And it's good to see that Malika is responding.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want from an opening partnership. Just that understanding of I'm the attacker and I will back you up in the running. And that's exactly what you could see happening there between the two. So far, Malika has quieted down a bit, not being able to get a boundary for a couple balls so far. But I mean, she has time, but still they're putting pressure on the fielders and being able to get the easy singles.
So it's nice to see that there's not only aggression with the bat, but they're showing some good intense, good aggression running between the wickets also, and that tends to put the field team under a bit of pressure. So Noel continuing to bowl from the players' pavilion end. She has bowled 4.5 overs, no maiden, and has conceded 14 runs. And Faswa has bowled 2 overs and only conceding 10 runs.
Short delivery, the only delivery so far in a spell that we see really outside of stump, and the batter flashing outside of stump there and not being able to make contact, not signal wide by the umpire. So
again, this one at the stump, and Masler defending. So certainly she's playing well within herself, not looking for too many extravagant shots. And this one she shoulders out, but she actually stepped outside the leg stump, shoulder and arm. So very strange move there, one would say, Jad.
Yeah, that looked a bit unorthodox. That looked very unorthodox, almost backing away like she wasn't ready, but not having enough time and leaving this one just passing over off stump. Yeah, I might add. An outside edge there from Noel, going all the way to the boundary for the third man boundary there. A chance created there yet again, but no slip. Nobody there in that slip coordinate to take that chance. And a Maya Masse, fortuitous boundary there for her.
Yes, a fortuitous boundary there, getting the thick outer edge. But one would think that perhaps a little support should have been provided to the bowler. The fielder wide of the footman area really could not come around in time to cut off the ball, and it went over the boundary line for 4. So the score has pushed on to 43 without loss.
And I think it's important for the skipper to continue to support her bowlers. The ball has been moving laterally a lot, especially Noel bowling there from the pavilion, and she's been getting the ball to move away nicely from the right-hander. So I believe a slip or two should have been in there for young Masley.
Yes, the bowler Noel did create a chance, but it all went a beg, and I'm certain that the captain would be thinking that just only if I had a slip in place. But the St Lucia team continuing to do good progress. They move on to 43 after 9. And we have the captain, Malika Edward, on 13 without loss. And Maya Masley on 18. So good partnership in the making, Jad. Some 43 runs. And with a rate of 4.78.
Yeah, a good solid partnership so far. 43 without loss. Well within 10 overs. That's always a good start there when you're playing the 50 overs. So we would like to see them just push on from that start. As a batter, it's important to make sure that you get a big score when you get a start and remain there in the wicket. And so far, Malika and Namaya look set to do that.
We've just witnessed the first delivery there from Faswa, just outside the off stump. Malika flashing as this one. The ball goes through to the keeper. Malika, a lot would be expected of in this tournament as a senior Windward Island batter.
I mean, Malika has always been around the setup, the Windward Island setup. So she knows what it takes, and she understands her capabilities and continues to play well within that. Has been around the Windward Island setup for a couple of years now. So, I mean, she understands her capabilities, and so far is looking solid there. A full delivery there by Foswa, and a welcome boundary by Malika, putting this one away past backward square leg there for 4. So a welcome boundary. We haven't seen one for a good couple of overs there, and it's nice to see Malika getting that one away.
Yes, full loose delivery there by Foswa, and Malika taking full advantage of this one. Just pulling it through the vacant backward square region and getting herself 4 easy runs and 4 more runs added to the total. So some 47 now without loss.
As a batsman myself, you sit and wait for bad deliveries like this, and it's always important to put them away, because not being able to dispatch of bad balls often piles on pressure. But you see Malika, they're confident in herself and getting ready to face yet another ball, driving this one down the ground. No run there, but still good batting by Malika.
Yeah, she's showing good positive intent there, really respecting the good deliveries, those that are on about the stumps. She's prepared to defend, and those that are loose, she looks to put it away. And this is what you really want from your top order batters. So first, we are really after that loose delivery, has really settled down again in a good line, good length.
And we spoke about senior players around the Windward Island women's setup. We also have the likes of Kiana Joseph and Zeda James, who've really gone through the ranks and been able to show their capabilities as cricketers. You know, we have Kiana, who's been taking part in the women's CPL competition. Zeda as well, being able to get there at such a young age. And I mean, this continues to show the development that St Lucia puts on the female cricketers, which is good.
Yes, certainly the likes of Kiana Joseph and Zeda James are the two current players that certainly are featuring prominently. But if you look back at over the years, St Lucia have produced a number of West Indies cricketers. You've had the likes of Verena Felicia, who have captained St Lucia at West Indies as well. You've had Nadine George, who scored the first 100, Test 100 for West Indies. Eugenia Gregg, and the list goes on. At one time, St Lucia had about 7 players on the West Indies team. So over the years, we have produced West Indies female players.
And I believe the competitions like these continue and continue to move. I see another quick single there by Marsley. A good run, putting pressure on the mid-on field and able to pick that one up cleanly. And they come for yet another single. Yeah, and I believe competitions like these continue to show the talent that we have here in the West Indies. It continues to develop the players, and as we saw recently, I think a couple of the young ladies in the St Lucia team recently came in from Trinidad, taking part in the under-19 competition. So you see the young ladies being able to develop and go through the ranks and being able to represent St Lucia at the national level. That's good.
Yes, certainly we've been making some steady progress where female cricket is concerned in St Lucia. And this one, a bit of bounce there. Malika standing tall, looking to work this one through the mid-wicket region. Just getting the inner portion of the bat, and the ball goes straight down.
And we see the skipper turning back to Fortune there. She opened the ball in, but was taken off the attack. She's coming back there for the skipper to try to get a breakthrough. Hitting a hard length in contrast to the two other bowlers getting that ball up there and swinging, not looking for much pace. She seems to have a little bit more pace behind her.
Yeah, she seems to be hitting the deck a little harder than the likes of Noel and Francois.
Yeah, and it's good to see them trying something different. When a partnership builds, we often look for input and quality from the players when it comes to bowling, and we see that the skipper turning back to one of our premier bowlers.
But I would just like to see perhaps a slip in place, because the team 48 without loss, you need to have players in position, so the event that a chance is created, that you're prepared to take it.
Yeah, the skipper needs to be attacking. Lovely drive there by Malika. The misfield led by the mid-off-fielder, this one going through her legs, and Malika driving this one elegantly. Most left-handers play that shot very elegantly. That one looking very good there, going down to the boundary, the mid-off boundary for 4.
I was just about to say, Roland, that him being a left-hander, he would always attribute that as one of the favorite shot of the left-handers. But yes, indeed, it was a shot that deserved 4. But unfortunate for the Grenada team that the fielder at the mid-off region allowed this one to just go through for easy 4 runs, but it deserved 4, one should say.
She's back on that length there, hitting a hard length. Malika unable to get any runs of that, so a good end to the over by Fortune.
And it must be noted in the last over, St Lucia is able to bring up the 50, so 52 without loss. So certainly a very good start to the inning. The captain, Malika Edward, has moved on to 21 and Masley 19, so 52 without loss in 10 overs.
And an excellent start there by the two opening batters, sorry, Malika Edward and Maya Masley, are really putting on a good partnership. As I mentioned earlier, it's important when you get the start to continue. And we just within 15 overs, only 11 overs being bowled and being able to get up 50, both batsmen in their 20s, they need to push on and get a good score from there.
Again, Faswa. Good line, good length, attacking the stumps. Certainly Faswa not giving too many freebies. We've seen the odd full delivery in the last over to Malika, but generally she's been bowling stump to stump.
Just praising her for line and the length there. She bowls a bad delivery there down the leg side, being able to be collected cleanly by the wicket keeper, and they're able to run through for a single.
Look like the commentator's curse. Yes, this one just straight down the leg side. Keeper had a bit of work to do, but they only able to scamper for 1 run, so 2 more would be added to the score. Moves on to 54 without loss.
14 extras being included.
Extras certainly has moved on to 14. And this is one of the features in the women game. They tend to have quite a bit of extras sometimes.
Yeah, 12 wides are being added there by our statistician. Despite the good bowling there, I mean, nobody's perfect and extras will happen, but it's always important to try to reduce those. And we often see extras being the deciding factor in most games, because teams lose by 10 runs and there's 11 extras. So it's always important. The management, coaches would always want to reduce on those extras. And we see another wide there being bowled down the leg side. This time the keeper being able to collect this one cleanly.
Yes, good work done there by the keeper. This one was wide down the leg side. So François really losing the plot there at this point. Perhaps the left and right hand combination seems to be affecting her, because we saw earlier on she bowled down the leg side to Masley, and now we have seen the wide delivery to Malika down the leg side as well, which would have been to the off stump of Masley, who is the right hander. So the left right hand certainly could have an effect on some bowlers.
Oh. We see another bit of miscommunication there. This time the fielder slipping and unable to collect this one. I believe if she had picked that one up, Miss Massey would have been surely run out. But another bit of miscommunication there between the two batters.
Yes, Masley seems to be playing what we would call tip and run. And certainly the single was not on. That certainly was a suicidal run, one would say.
Yeah.
And fortunate for her, the ball went through the fielder.
Yeah, so we could call that one another opportunity created.
Yes, certainly another opportunity went up again. Number 66 for Grenada. Again, Jada Tyrell.
She's having a hard day.
One of the weaker fielders, and it's one thing we have learned in cricket, that you cannot hide anyone on the field of play.
Yeah, and she's been replaced and put there at mid-on. One of Malika's strongest points again. She's been driving the ball nicely down the ground. But maybe she's just having a difficult day out there in the field. I mean, it did rain a while ago, so the ground is a bit slippery. Not looking to make excuses, but still, we have to give the benefit of the doubt.
But she looks like a very one of the younger players on the Grenada team, so perhaps nerves might be getting the better of her at this point.
Yeah, she looks like one of those younger players. And we see a full delivery there, but like a playing across the line to that one. The shake of the head by the umpire, maybe angling down the leg side. Good call there by umpire.
Yes, this one, Malika was playing across the line, but from our vantage point, it looked like this one was certainly heading down the leg side. And I think it was a good call by umpire Leo Amede, and the square leg umpires Darius two of them hail from the community of Babono. So they would have known each other quite well. They would have worked over the years with each other quite a bit.
A good shot there by Marcel flicking this one down to deep square leg, and with that shot, both batsmen enter the 20s. So continuing to pile on the runs single by single and not getting the odd boundary in between. So that's good batting there by the two. I mean, we often speak about the West Indian style of batting, just hitting boundaries, but you see the ladies, they're really proving us wrong or trying to go against that notion and getting singles in between.
Yes, it's nice to see the rotation of strike between these two batters out in the middle, and more so with the left-right hand combination. It could certainly mess up the rhythm of a lot of bowlers. So by able to rotate the strike, it also helps with their batting out there in the middle. So another delivery there by Fontaine, and straight at the stumps. Good defensive play there by Masle. This one just going through the short square leg region.
Good defensive play there by Masle. We spoke about the experience of Malaika Edward, but we also have to mention the youth, and I mean, I don't want to say inexperience, but I mean, we see a delivery coming in there by Fortune, a quick single by young Masle. They come through for the second. Yeah, good run in there by the two. One would say a risky single, but still, they were able to complete. Going back to my point, we spoke about the experience of Malaika, but you could see as a young player, she's really showing the maturity and not trying to play outside of her range and knowledge of shots, and continues to play within herself.
Yes, it certainly has looked very impressive. Always seems to be eager to take the run. We've seen a few really what one would say might be suicidal single, but in putting pressure on the fielders, we have seen quite a few misfield, and they're able to capitalize and get perhaps what should have been only one run able to get two.
Yeah.
So, like they do say, pressure do burst pipe. This one officially for the covers there. We saw good valiant effort there by the fielder at short cover, but the ball has made its way through the boundary. So good intent, good positive drive. It was aerial, but it was firmly struck.
Yeah, they always say to always throw the kitchen sink behind it, and she did exactly that. Despite being hit in the edge, it was slightly to the right of the diving effort there by the fielder at extra cover, and trickling into the boundary for four. And you see yet again this after the shower, the outfield is slowing up a little bit. That one barely making its way over the rope.
So good positive intention there by Masle. Score moves on to 63 now without loss. Again defending this one resolutely. Ball trickling back to the bowler. So the end of another good productive over there for St Lucia. Captain Malaika Edward on 21 and Masle 26. So certainly the coach would be pleased with the effort of these two out in the middle.
Yeah, he should be extremely pleased with that batting effort so far. 63 without loss after 13 overs. Should be going as planned, and I would like for the two of them to continue out there and get big scores. Both batters, both batters have a good start, and I mean, as long as you have a start, you should try your best to continue and get a big total.
Yes, and it's important, again, is the first game for St Lucia in the tournament, and you really want to get off to a good start, and that they have been able to do. And they perhaps would be eyeing a score of, one would think of, say, 250 plus, with the sort of start that they have so far, and with the likes of Zeta James and Kiana Joseph still in the hut. You have the experienced wicketkeeper for St Lucia. You look at Ashlyn Edward. There is a Crafton who can strike the ball. So there are quite a few.
Right, and we also have Roylin Cooper, who's been around the setup for a while.
He's been around the setup for a while. So there's still some good, competent batters in the hut. So with that start, like I said, St Lucia should be eyeing at least a score of 250 minimum.
And with that over, we see the introduction of spin, the first sign of spin so far for the day. Taylor Dixon coming in to bowl from the media center end, taking over for a bowling partner for Swa. Hopefully she could come in and continue the good work done so far by the Pacers. I mean, we know the Boss's wicket doesn't usually favor spin. Hopefully she could come out there and show exactly what she can do with the ball.
Good start to the over so far by Dixon. Some 2 dot balls. The captain would certainly wanted to pick up wickets, but if not, at least try to contain them as much as possible.
And we see with the field placement, the skipper continues to be aggressive, despite a full delivery there by Malika, dispatched through the extra cover region there for 4. We're just speaking of consistency in line and length, and she dishes up a full toss there, being able to dispatch this one through the covers, did Malika Edwards.
So it looked like I'm putting the commentators' curse on the bowlers a little too often, just as I was praising her for her first 2 deliveries. You know, she did serve a nice, juicy full toss outside the off stump to Malika, which she gleefully accepted, and just bisecting the 2 fielders there and getting herself 4 easy runs, and at this same time bringing up the total to 67 without loss. So certainly the Grenada bowlers. This one down the leg side.
Like offering a sweep shot, but they unable to make clean contact with that one. But she continues to bat, showing her maturity there, taking a little walk down almost to the square leg area to regain her thoughts and get ready to face the next ball. A wide delivery there by Dixon, a signal wide by umpire Leo. Speaking on the point, the skipper, despite the flow of runs and the partnership building, she continues to be attacking. Another full toss there, dished by Dixon, but this time good field placement. We have a deep backward square leg, making a valiant effort down there to get this one back into the keeper.
Yes, Dixon started very well the first 2 deliveries, but has just lost the plot slightly. We have seen 2 full toss deliveries served to Malika, one on the offside, which she dispatched for 4, and the second one there, which was struck to the backward point region.
And it might just be a situation where the wet outfield coming into play, because you could see her wiping hands on the pants after every single ball being bowled. So maybe that posing a bit of a challenge here to the spinner.
Yes, certainly is always a tough ask for the spinners to have to grip a wet ball, and more so we've just completed some 15 overs, so the ball would be fairly new. It would just be you're looking at 7 overs basically. Yeah, so it's still a fairly new ball, and with the lush green outfield, it's not like you would have so much, wear and tear on the ball that early in the inning.
And it seems like we have a change of bowler there from the pavilion end. We trying to get the name for you all.
So it looked like we may have a double change. Yeah, Brittany Pascal.
Yeah, Aaron. Another misfield there in that mid-on area. The fielder really having a hard time. We've seen a lot of misfields and a lot of balls being not being able to be picked up cleanly. And another one here, we have the introduction of left-hand pace, very rare side, and so far in contrast to the right-hand paces that we've seen so far.
Yes, so certainly a bit of variety in the armory of the Grenada attack.
So the skipper really weighing our options and looking for a good loud call there by Malika, coming through for a wide, coming through for a single of that wide delivery there. So Pascal not really getting her line and length early on in a spell.
Yes, so the extras continue to mount, Jad, some 19 extras. And good awareness there by the captain Malika. This one was fired down the leg side. The wicketkeeper did not collect cleanly. Saw the opportunity to scamper for a quick single. And that she did. So good aggressive running. Good awareness shown there by the captain Malika Edward.
A dead ball there, Pascal laboring in there and able to get a run up correct. We see both women batters, sorry, on 27 and 26. So we talk about batting partnerships, and that's exactly what they're doing. Usually we have a batter who almost holds down the innings and plays to stay, and the other one attacks. But both of them playing a nice role, accumulating runs nicely, and able to get almost equal on the tally of runs and strike rate. So that's good partnership batting there by the two.
Yes, certainly the captain, Edward, is leading by example. And you have young Masley, who's certainly following suit, and this one is a wayward down the leg side. An opportunity for a run again, good awareness. And umpire has the arms outstretched, signaling a no ball for height, I would think.
I honestly believe that it's one of those rare no balls. I think that ball did not pitch on the wicket. It seemed like it pitched outside of the tram lines, the guidelines. So in the modern day of cricket, any ball that does not pitch on the wicket or within the restricted areas is signaled a no ball, and I think that's exactly what happened. So Masley getting a free hit there. She gives herself room. I believe she wasn't ready to face that delivery, so she backs away. A dead ball signaled by the umpire, so the free hit still on. She still has an opportunity to free her hands and being able to get a boundary. And so the free hit continues. And Masley slapping this one to the mid-on fielder, despite being a free hit, being unable to hold on to that one there, the mid-on fielder, really having a hard day. So number 66 and 75.
It's the captain,
Anisha
Thomas,
having a very difficult day there at mid-on.
And Coach Junior Murray certainly would be making note of the number of opportunities, the number of misfield that they have seen, and this is something they would need to correct very quickly, because tomorrow certainly would be game 2 for Grenada.
Right, and it's a competition where changes need to be made quickly, because I mean, back-to-back matches, there's no really time for for work, and players need to understand. A wide delivery there by Pascal, the keeper unable to collect this one cleanly, so they go through for a single.
Yeah, with the introduction of Pascal there, she really looked like she's struggling, especially with the left-right combination. We've seen a number of wides bowled down the leg side, and the effort by the keeper. We need a bigger effort by the keeper to try to support the bowler.
Yeah, she gets there, and she really needs to hold on to this wide. Sorry. Another wide signal there. Pascal really having a difficult time. You could see she's really struggling there for a run up. She's laboring up, and we know at boss issue there's almost like a hill. Maybe that posing a challenge to her. So you could see she's having a difficult time running up and gathering properly at the crease. Another wide delivery signaled by umpire Darius. So Pascal really having a difficult time there. The skipper turned into her, maybe looking for a change in variety here, but she disappointed there in her first over.
3 legal deliveries bowled so far by Pascal.
A strong shot there by young Masley. A short delivery from Pascal, and that one just holding up in the wicket and just offering to be hit. And young Masley been able to dispatch this one to the square leg boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary there yet again. But Pascal continues to struggle. Only 4 legal deliveries and 13 runs already of that over.
Yes, she's really struggling with her first over there. This last delivery just short, and Masner getting in position very quickly and really getting on top of this one and just dispatching it through the vacant mid-wicket area and gets herself 4 easy runs. And with that 4, her total moves on to 41 and the total 83 without loss. So certainly continue to do some good work.
This one down the leg side, Marcella tickling. She looked like she got hit. Leg bites, yeah. She missing the bat. I thought initially it hit the bat, but apparently it missed everything and hit on the 5 pad. Leg bite signal by umpire Darius, and they come through for yet another signal, yet another single.
Yeah, Masley, I don't know if you observe, she's doing some stretches there. Look like the hamstring was getting a bit tight on her. See, she really looking to clutch the hamstring. So this is never a good sign for any athlete when you see they clutching onto the hamstring.
Right, yeah, that's never a good sign. But so far they've been doing a lot of running, so you could tell that this is putting a lot of pressure and a lot of wear and tear on the hamstring. That one flicked away by Malika Edward through the backward square leg area, timed perfectly into the gap, being able to come back for 2. And you could see, yeah, Namaya is really struggling there. I think she's in a bit of trouble.
Yes, and she has really hit the ground. She is grimacing with pain, and it's never a good sign, as I did indicate. The previous delivery, I saw she did clutch onto her the hamstring. And if you could just look at the monitor, you could see she is pointing to the area where she is feeling the...
It looks like the groin area.
Yeah, so perhaps
an injury scare there for the St Lucian team. I mean, that's the last thing they would have wanted. Being 86 without loss, Namaya on 41 and Malika Edward on 29. I mean, that's the last thing the coach would have wanted, to have a stunt in that progression of run scoring.
Well, let's just hope that the physio out there could get her fit enough to continue with the innings. But I think it would be a good welcome break there for the Grenada team. A good time so that they could gather their thoughts and look at where they have gone wrong and where improvements need to be made to perhaps, see if they could effect a slide in the batting of the St Lucia team. But so far, from what we have seen there, from the captain Malika and Masley, they have really batted well. We've seen some good running, good aggressive running between the wickets. good awareness being shown every time that the keeper has not collected the ball cleanly down the leg side. Once the opportunity is there to take the additional run, the quick single, we've seen that happen. So in terms of the running between the cricket, it has been very positive. And they're pretty much prepared to defend those deliveries on the stump. And anything a bit wayward, they're taking full advantage of it. So good cricket showed there by these two out in the middle. And certainly they have set a good platform for a good score for the St Lucia team.
Yeah, good concentration as well being shown there by the batsmen, by the batters.
So quickly, Jadu probably should look at the bowling.
Yeah, we will.
For Grenada.
Yeah, we'll just provide a quick breakdown of the bowling figures so far. We have Karina Noel bowling 5 overs, 0 maidens, 18 runs, not being able to get a wicket. Aria Fortune with 4 overs, 25 runs, and no wickets to her tally as yet. Delisha Fossois with 4 overs, 18 runs, no wickets as well. Taylor Dixon 1 over, conceding the 6 runs, and Brittany Pascal 1 over for that massive over that recently passed her for 15 runs.
So certainly the most expensive over we've had in the game so far. 11 balls. And it was an 11 ball over. It was a quite lengthy over as well.
We see the spin of Dixon continuing from the media center, and that ball just angling down the leg side. But it's good to see Masley continuing. It shows that maybe the injury was not as serious as we thought it was. Hopefully, she's able to continue her batting.
Again, an opportunity for a run out, and I felt that Captain Malika should have known that the young lady just
had an injury.
Has an injury, which she was just nursing a shot a while ago, and the ball being struck straight through to the fielder at the mid-wicket region, short mid-wicket, and the scamper for a quick single. So certainly that was a suicidal run.
Yeah.
But certainly they have realized that once they put pressure, apply a bit of pressure in the running to the Grenada fielder, they seem to fumble. So that has been working to their advantage.
Yeah, so far it's been very difficult for the Grenadian fielders to really catch their feet and hold on to the ball hit directly to them. I mean, if the fielding was perfect so far throughout the day, there would have been a number of wickets
There should have been a run out by now.
A nice loud call there by Malika Edward. Sheets this one down to mid-on and scampers through for a single. And another thing to note, another positive sign to note between the two batsmen is the loud positive calling. You could hear Malika screaming, screaming for the single, and her partner being able to respond nicely.
Yes, so some good communication out there between these two, which have yielded some 88 runs.
A lovely square cut there by young Masley, cutting this one down to the backward point region for 4. A beautiful shot there. I mean, a square cut of a spinner, that's always a lovely shot to see.
Yes, she really was on top of this one, was on top of the bounce, and really struck it beautifully through the region there for 4 runs. So the score now has gone up to 92. So these two certainly would be eyeing a 100-run partnership.
Yeah, the skipper Anisha Thomas really needs to figure out something, and the bowlers need to figure out a way to get a wicket. Something needs to change, and another tactic needs to be put into play to break this partnership. But so far, it doesn't look like Malika or Namaya are willing to give away the wickets.
Well, certainly after the 2 opportunities that Malika did offer to the bowler, that was is it Noel? Fossois, Delisha Fossois. She has batted really resolutely. She has not given any opportunity again. And Nehemiah, she has batted really positive. I think one of the areas where they have provided opportunities where they run in between the wicket. We've seen a few opportunities where they have had the one or two what we will consider suicidal single, which the Grenada team has not capitalized on. But other than that, they really batted well.
And you could see the maturity coming into play there by Malaika. Showing her maturity there and her experience in the Windward Islands cricket, not being able to let a few dot balls get on top of her and being able to continue her concentration. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see in your opening batter, looking for that big total, being able to just soak up some dot balls, put pressure back on the fielders and get the runs where they're presented.
Fortune starting again with a wide outside the off stump, and the extras help a total of 27.
Yeah, they would like to reduce on those some 27 extras. That's way too many extras. In the start of the innings, only 16.1 overs being bowled and 27 extras. I mean, the coach would want their bowlers to be a little bit more disciplined going forward in this match. You see a beautiful delivery there by Fortune, beating the outside edge of Masley. No appeal, so I assume that it was safe to say that there was no edge on that one in this match.
But they dropped the ball, so.
You see a beautiful delivery there by Fortune, beating the outside.
So Fortune is good line, good length, hitting the surface really hard. Again, the commentators just as I did. Praise her for good line, good length, and this one is straight down the leg side. So the score moves on to 95.
Yeah, and the extras 28, almost giving Malaika competition in runs. I mean, that's never a good sight to see for the fielding team.
But I did remember in 2019 when the Windward tournament, when St Lucia hosted the last Windward tournament, there were a few matches where you had over 50 extras. So this is certainly one of the areas that the women need to work on, the number of extras that they are considered.
Yeah, and I always believe that this cricket, these opportunities are always developmental for the players, for the women and the younger boys as well. We see a single there, another opportunity created for a run out, but a poor throw there by the fielder at backward point, or backward square leg, sorry. The keeper had to make a valiant effort to stop this one. The players,
yes, as much as the throw was not accurate,
the younger boys,
I think
as well.
a better effort by the wicket keeper.
Another opportunity
resulted, in the run out.
Another good single there, and with that single, Miss Masley goes on to 40. So 10 runs away from a milestone. The nervous 40s, what some would say.
Do you get into the nervous 40s and 90s, Jadu?
Sometimes, but I always believe that it's important to continue to play a natural game despite your score. It could be 40 or 90s. Just continue to back your abilities and play what you see. I mean, you were able to get to 40. There's nothing preventing you from getting 10 extra runs. Well, there shouldn't be anything.
So the score now moves on to 99 with that last single from the captain, Laika Edward. So St Lucia just one run away from what would be a good achievement of getting a 100-run opening stand. And this one has just gone over the top of the fielder at point, and they're able to come back for two. So 101 without loss. So certainly a good milestone there for the St Lucia team in the very first game.
Yeah, that's exactly what the coach Walter Emmanuel would have wanted. Opening partnership of 100. Brilliant start there by the two. I mean, having a good start to the competition in your first game, being able to get a century partnership, a century stand. That's always positive looking going forward into the rest of the tournament.
And most importantly, Jack, the 100 has come up in what, the 17th over. So certainly with another 33 overs left in the day's play, 100 without loss. Like I said, St Lucia certainly would be eyeing nothing less than 250 runs.
Yeah.
And with this sort of platform that is set, the one would perhaps even say, 280, 300 should be on the cards.
Yeah, they should in excess of 250. Just hopeful that the batters out in the dugout are continuing to watch. And usually when you have a big partnership, batsmen in the dugout usually get almost lackadaisical and lose concentration. So it's important for them to continue to support, but be ready for the opportunity.
Well, one thing we have noticed in cricket sometimes, usually after a big inning, the batter or batsman to follow usually gets out cheaply sometimes.
Yeah,
so the number 3 batter certainly need to be aware of that and come out, pretty much focused and ready to continue the good work that has already started.
All right. We see the spin continue from the media end. A good delivery on Milliston Masley coming back nicely and hitting this one to the square leg region for yet another single. So you could see the maturity there in her batting. Despite being one of the younger players, she's showing the capabilities to rotate the strike and hit the boundaries. With the experience of Malika Edward at the end, I mean, there shouldn't be any pressure on these two at the moment.
Well, the good thing about Masley, as you did indicate early on, she's playing well within herself.
Right.
And that is always important, that you know your capabilities, you know your strength, you know your weaknesses, and you play within that. So she has not really looked anything flashy out there. The short deliveries, the loose deliveries, she certainly has put them away. And I would say the whole mark of her inning so far is the running between the wickets. Although some of the singles are perhaps ill-advised at the time, but it's good to show that a young player is willing to run aggressive between the wicket and is not just sitting back on the bat, as most persons tend to do sometimes.
Right. We see a sweep there by Malika, not being able to make clean contact with that, an appeal. It's been a couple of hours since we've heard an appeal, so good bowling there by the spinner, but it would be advised that Malika continues to play straighter. She's been hitting the ball nicely down the V. I think she should continue playing that way.
Well, with the angle from our vantage point, you could see the ball was clearly angling down the leg side, so I think the shot that was attempted was a safe enough shot.
And at the end of the 18th over, 104 without loss, Malika Edward, skipper of the St Lucia and senior national team, on 32 from 55 balls, and Namaya Masley, 43 from 55 balls. And both have a healthy strike rate. Malika 58.18 and Namaya 78.18.
Yes, good going between these two. Malika have struck some 5-4s, and Namaya Masley as well, 5-4s in the innings.
Fortune starts off with a wide delivery, so the total for extras goes up to 30. With that extra, the team score goes up to 105 without loss. Decent partnership. I think decent is an understatement. An excellent partnership, sorry, there by the two. Fortune coming back with a good delivery on middle stump, but this one almost angling back into Malika, and Malika equal to the task.
Yes,
sorry, there by the two. Fortune coming back.
Batters out in the middle,
with a good delivery on middle stump, but this one.
Defend those deliveries that are bowled at the stump, and anything loose or away from the stump, they're pretty much prepared to play their shots. So this is always a good sign.
A lovely drive there by Malika, hitting this one to mid-off to the skipper Anisha Thomas, and taking another quick single. So Malika moves on to 33, and the total moves on to 106. So that's a good batting there. You've seen them continuing to rotate the strike after getting a few dot balls, giving the strike over to their partner.
So again, resolute in defense, Like you would say, Jad, Marcellus certainly knows where her off stump is.
Yeah, she looks quite competent in defense and in attack. So she's really playing both roles there, being able to know when to put away the bad balls and being able to understand when it's important to defend and respect the bowlers. I mean, despite the bowling effort so far, it's important to not underestimate any bowler in attack. So she's really playing a good ball. That's good batsmanship there. Being able to know when. Yet another suicidal run. The Maya just punching this one straight to extra cover and running through for a single.
Well, like they would say, Jad, the old adage, fortune does favor the brave, and I think this
yet another suicidal run.
The ball,
the Maya just
take off and run. But I just hope at some point in time, Lady Luck might just not smile their way.
Yeah, I think a good shot there by Malika. Two fielders there at backward points, not being able to pick this one.
Between these two.
Yeah, the running is putting pressure on the fielders. So you could say that it's working in their favor.
Yeah, certainly. The Grenada team has been under immense pressure from the two batters out in the middle. Once they've struck the ball, they would just take off at times, and the fielders are not cool and composed enough to gather the ball and throw to the keeper or the bowler. So good running between these two at the end of 19, 108 without loss, with Masley on 44 and the captain Edward on 34. But importantly for the Grenada team, the number of extras that they have considered, some 38 runs so far. So certainly this would be an area of concern for the Grenada team.
I see that sweep shot being played by Malika, that one angling down the leg side. They go through for one, they're coming back for the second. A good bit of fielding by the square leg fielder, being able to move around swiftly to her left and getting this one, good one bounce through to the keeper. So good fielding, good batting, not the best line delivery, but still good cricket all around.
Well, we could say third time lucky for Malika. She has attempted the sweep shot on 2 occasions, did not make proper contact, and on the third attempt, she got 2 valuable runs for the team.
Yeah. We have Malika just 14 run shot of a milestone. Namaya being able to overtake the quick start by Malika, only missing 6 runs for 50. So both openers eyeing milestones. It's important, I believe, for them to put their head down and just get over that line for the team and for the confidence as well.
Well, certainly, having opened the inning, I've faced close to 20 overs, so you could see that their eyes are in, they are well set. So it would be very disappointing if either one of them would not go on to get at least a half century. They are well set.
I like by signal so there by umpire Leo.
Very disappointing if either one of them would not go on.
Leo Amede.
At least a half century. So 112 without loss. Certainly
a bad delivery there. Ill line by bowler Dixon, and Malika being able to come inside the line and hitting this one past the short flying leg fielder for another boundary. And with that shot, both batters in their 40s.
Yes, a loose delivery there by Pascal. This one just angling down the leg side, and Malika just had to get sufficient bat onto it and just look to evade the fielder at the short fine leg, and it had 4 written all over it. So 116 without loss, As you did indicate, Judd, both batters into the 40s now. Edward on 41 and Masley on 44. So with 20 overs completed, 116. So certainly the platform is set for what one would think would be a big total led by the St Lucia team.
And that's exactly what Coach Emmanuel would want from his batters. As I mentioned earlier, I continue to stress it's important for those batters coming in to continue to remain focused. I mean, after sitting there for a while, you tend to get a little bit cold, they would say, as sports persons. But it's important for you to stay warm, continue to focus on your ability and your role in the team. I mean, you want to support your players, your batters out there, but it's important for you to remain focused mentally as well.
Again, Masley getting on top of this one, hitting it to the fielder at the point region and not picking up cleanly. A more agile fielder there, that could have resulted in a run out because the ball went quickly to her and straight to her as well.
Yeah, but so far the batters understand I guess the fielding team. We don't want to discredit any fielders, but I mean they understand the strengths of the fielders and know that they could probably steal quick singles on them at the moment. This one he had to mid off by like Edward, a good diving effort there by the fielder at mid off. You see she getting the body nicely behind this one.
Well, that's this time. That is the captain, Thomas.
Yeah, good stop there by her.
This one shot by Fontaine outside the off-stump. Masley playing what we could describe as a lazy shot. I just looking perhaps to just run this one through footman, but the effort really was not in there, Judd.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the concentration at this point in your game. I mean, you work so hard to get that far and to accumulate that many runs. You need to continue and need to remain focused. So that's why it's important every single delivery to give yourself some time to prepare and maintain that concentration throughout your innings.
But also, Judd, sometimes for some batters, these are not familiar territories for them. So sometimes they're not accustomed to batting for 20 overs, and it does take its toll after a while.
Good running there by the two. Really just setting off, coming back for two. And with that 2 runs there, Namaya moves on to 47. So only 3 runs shy of a milestone. We would hope that the way she's going, she's able to get there. Batting comfortably so far.
Yeah, so good aggressive running between the wickets there by Masley. A good indication that she has recovered from whatever niggle she had early on.
Yeah, she continues to put pressure on the fielders, and she held up a couple overs prior with a slight worry in the hamstring area, but so far she continues to run hard and supports both skipper and herself in running the runs well. I know when a team usually has a big total, we say that the fielders would have to remain in the sun for the entire day. But luckily for Grenada, we have a bit of overcast conditions there, so it's not really taxing on them. I mean, all we need is just a bit of effort, somebody to do something spectacular, and a chance can be created and taken.
So it looked like a change of bowling. Devona Tyson is going to be introduced from the media center end. She has come in to replace Pascal.
So yet another medium pacer being introduced into the attack. Malika Edward having the chance to face up to her first. Seeing she come down the wicket slightly, gets a delivery angle along the leg side, plays a nice sweep shot, but good fielding there by that square leg fielder. I mean, the square leg fielder has continued. We see the square leg umpire with his hands out, signaling a no ball. I think the skipper had 4 players outside the circle. I mean, in the second power play, I believe it's only 3. With the new rules being implemented, I think it's only 3 players allowed outside the circle at one point.
Well, I've not seen any change jumps. So 122 without loss. Looking to heave this one over the mid-wicket ridge. We hear a batter grunting from out there. Looked like she really wanted to deposit this delivery in the Johnson Charleston. But Namaya getting closer to the half century. 48 without loss. And Captain Malika Edward on 43.
I see a top edge there by Malika. This one going down to the boundary. She goes through for the single, coming back for the second. Opportunity almost being created there, but the keeper standing up closer to the stump. This one just sailing over ahead there. And I stand corrected from my earlier point of the field restriction. This one it is 4 players allowed outside the circle. Goes through for the single, coming back for the second. So opportunity called by umpire Darius is still.
Unless if they were fine at the time.
We see umpire Leo Amede pulling up the skipper and having a slight conversation with her. It would be nice to have some mic on the field to understand the discussions and hear what's going on between the skipper and the umpires or players by extension. Tyson so far in the middle of a good over, only conceding 5 runs, having bowled only 3 balls so far. She has not bowled an extra. Continuing to attack the stumps and allowing Malika Edward to play, which is exactly what you want from a fast bowler.
Yeah, she has been introduced into the attack. Has bowled a few distant line, distant length so far.
We see that one moving off the pitch there. It's almost like an off-cutter from Tyson. Good start there from Tyson. Hopefully she could do what the skipper is requesting and get a wicket for the Grenada team. But so far she's doing nice. Move continues to maintain a good line and length to both to Malika Edwards so far.
Again, the commentators loose ball down the leg side, and Malika getting into position very quickly and just hitting this one through the backward square region and the ball goes on to the vacant region for 4. So Malaika now has moved on to 49 and Masley on 48, and a total 129 without loss. So certainly it would be worrying sign for the Grenada team, and with the end of this over, we realize that they've gone umpire signal for a water break. So at this point, Chad, it will be a good opportunity time to perhaps go through the scorecard and the bowling tally for our viewers.
So the St Lucia national women team won 29 without loss after 22 overs. Excellent start there by both Namaya Masley and Malaika Edward. Malaika Edward on 49, not out the skipper of the St Lucia national team, really standing up from the front. And we have young Namaya Masley there showing her talent and putting up her hand with 48, not out from 65 balls, and 49 not out from 70 balls. Malaika hitting 7 fours and Masley 5 fours. And the bowling for Grenada, despite not being able to be successful with any wickets at the moment, we have Karina Noel 5 overs for 18 runs, Aria Fortune 7 overs with 41 runs, Delisha Fossois 4 overs for 18 runs, Taylor Dixon 4 overs for 22 runs, and Brittany Pascal with the solitary over for 15 runs, and Devona Tyson 1 over 9 runs.
Yes, so we see Grenada have used 6 bowlers so far, and they have yet to make any headway into the batting of St Lucia, but credit certainly has to be given to the 2 batters out in the middle, Edward and Masley. They've batted well. They've basically put away the loose deliveries. Very much satisfied with the run in between the wickets, although a few suicidal runs have been taken. But as you did indicate a little early on, they have realized this is one of the weak areas of the Grenada team, that anytime you put them under pressure, they are not able to respond. They have certainly taken good advantage of that. And 129 without loss in 22 overs, certainly a good platform that has been set for the likes of Kiana James, Kiana Joseph, Zeta James, and the likes to come. So certainly they would come out and be able to play a little much more freer.
Yeah, a brilliant start. That's exactly what you want from your openers. We know as an opener, your job is to get the bowlers tired, to wear off the opening bowlers, to get the new ball a little bit damaged, and that's exactly what they're doing so far. And they continue to bat brilliantly. We see during that break there, the physio tending to Namaya on the boundary, and the coach Walter there in discussion. I mean, that's exactly what he would be discussing with his players, the move going forward. I mean, you should just continue to bat normally, continue to play how you have been doing so far, what has been working for you so far.
Well, like they say, if it's not broken, why fix it? So these two certainly will have to continue the good work they have started. But if it's one thing that coaches have taught us in the past, that something usually happens after a break. So there's one thing I remember Coach Tiff Shari always used to say, preach to us, that always look forward to creating an opportunity after the break. And one would think that these two could come back and look to settle down very quickly, continue to play good positive cricket, and more so both batters just 1 and 2 runs away from what would be a significant milestone for them, the first game in the tournament, and to be able to register a half century in the first case. And I mean, everything is the good ideal condition, good batting condition to perhaps go on and score 3 figures.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what a batsman should have in mind. Getting to the half century would be the first milestone, but then digging in and trying to get 3 figures is always, I mean, the end goal. And we mentioned about the break, the curse of the break. I believe that's where your concentration comes in. You know, you only have 2 runs left to get a 50. Maintain that concentration, get to your milestone, and just restart from there. As batters, we always taught to restart after we get to a milestone. So that's exactly what they would need to do at this moment.
captain just ensuring that all the fielders are in the right position. And it looked like Fontaine would be replaced from the top. So certainly with the break, the coach, Junior Murray, was out in the middle with his troops. And certainly would have given them a few instructions as to how we have seen things so far, and hopefully they could get a breakthrough after the resumption of play. And look like Tyrell has been introduced into the attack. Keeper has just fumbled this one and they're able to scamper for a bye. So this is another area where the Grenada would really want to improve very quickly. One would hope that the keeper could get her act together, because we've seen a number of byes being considered by the wicketkeeper, especially to the deliveries that are angled down the leg side.
Yeah, there's almost like a lack of intensity. That ball fell 2 or 3 feet short of, and they were able to get a single, which should never have been. I mean, the ball was already dropped. I mean, there should be some intensity to regain that ball and try to effect a run out. But nonetheless, we have Malaika on strike on 49, only missing 1 run to get to that milestone. She should be looking to get that relatively quickly.
It's very interesting the way these two have batted. At one point, Malaika seems to be the aggressor. She's up front in the scoring, and then there's a lull in the batting with her, and then Maslin seems to be taking over. And here comes 50. So just playing this one through the long on region and picking up an easy single and bringing up the milestone. So 50 for Malaika Edwards, certainly the captain, leading by example and leading from the front.
Yeah, good knock there by skipper. And you mentioned she understood the different points in the game where she was bogged down by the bowler. She understood that she could rotate the strike and trust her partner, and that's where we mentioned about the partnership batting, and so far they have done that brilliantly. We have Marcel hitting this one down to mid-on, getting yet another single, another quick single, and with that shot, she herself moves on to 49.
Yeah, so Marcel certainly would be eyeing her own milestone. Haven't done all the hard work. Just 1 run away. This is a powerful shot through the mid-wicket area. Short ball there by the bowler, and Malaika getting into position very quickly and dispatching this one. Loose delivery there by Jada Tyrell to the vacant mid-wicket region. Shot of authority, one would say.
Yeah, she's a very strong individual, and you see her hanging on the back foot there and just dispatching this one over mid-wicket. A very strong shot there by the skipper Malaika. After that 50, you like to see her open her shoulders to get the runs flowing a little bit quicker.
Good comeback there by Tyrell at the end of the over. So St Lucia continuing to motor on, some 136 without loss, and in the last over we saw the captain Malaika Edward bringing up a milestone. She's moved on to 50, so she's on 54. So certainly an opportunity now for Maslin to bring up her milestone, to bring up a half century.
And both batters maintain that strike rate, that team strike rate of 5.96. It's been consistent throughout the innings. So that's a good rotation of strike, a good dispatching of bat bowling. But nonetheless, we still cannot disregard the fact that extras are so high. We have yet another extra. A bit of confusion there between the two. Both batters were at one end at one point. I think the Maya was just ball watching a little bit. But the keeper, yet again, in the middle of some some untidy field, yet another extra. A bit of confusion there between the two. Both batters were at one end at one point. I think the Maya was just ball watching a little bit.
So it looked like the communication between these two certainly was not the best, because both batters ended up in the same crease. Again, the keeper, as you indicate, really not showing the sort of intensity one would expect from a keeper out in the middle, and just grab the ball and just threw it widely.
Yeah, we always talk about the wicket keeper being the powerhouse of the team, the one to always support when things are going rough, the one to always to be there to support the bowlers, to be there behind the stumps, to assist the captain. But so far she has not been playing that role very effectively.
The chance gonna beg in there by the shot cover fielder, but one would say it was a valiant effort.
Very good effort.
Ball was firmly struck. She to her left. She went full stretch.
I believe she saved 4 there, because that ball was hit nicely by Malika, and a good effort diving away to her left. She had a chance to get it on a second attempt. That's
Rachel Francis.
Rachel Francis. But nonetheless, another opportunity goes a begging, and we see this one top edge by Malika, and finally a catch goes to hand. A bad delivery there, but Malika coming inside the line trying to hit this one down to the square leg region, only succeeding in getting a top edge, and a good catch. Finally, a catch being taken by the Grenada team there, and she had a chance to get it on a second attempt. 23rd over.
Rachel Francis.
Yes,
Malika.
But nonetheless, another opportunity goes a begging, and we see this one top edge by Malika.
That's
Malika. Finally, a catch goes to hand.
We saw on the previous occasion in successful deliveries that she was dropped, and in successful deliveries again this time around she has given an opportunities, and on the second occasion the fielder was able to hold on to what was a good catch to see the back of the captain, because she was looking a bit menacing out there. She, after getting through a 50, she looked like she really wanted to accelerate and, like we would say, go through the gears. So a good dismissal there by Grenada to see the back of the captain, but with the dismissal of Malika Edwards, in comes the West Indies player Zida James.
Yeah, having dismissed Malika Edwards, we have yet another mini powerhouse coming into the crease. Zida James, who's been doing excellently, not just at St Lucia National Cricket, but regionally and internationally. The Grenada team, thinking that they got a breakthrough, just only introduced yet another good player to the crease.
So, are you telling me it's out of the frying pan into the fire?
We just have to wait and see. A good delivery there by Tyson. This one leaving the left-hander slightly. Zeda James coming to the crease facing the first ball, just leaving this one to go through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, well, good teasing delivery, one would say. This one was just floated outside the off stump, asking the Zeda James to perhaps have a go at it. She allow it to go through to the keeper. Again, wide outside the off stump. Really had to stretch out for this one, hitting this one to the point region, and they're able to scamper through for a run. So Zeda would be happy to get off the mark.
Yeah, and despite the good batting there, we really want to commend, well, I personally want to commend the square leg fielder. She's been doing brilliantly throughout the morning, really moving swiftly to her left and her right. We will work on getting the name for you, but she's been doing brilliantly, and she's the one who took that catch. So she has been concentrating throughout the game and being able to take the chance when it came.
So Master now on them, just 1-1 away from a well-deserved 50. One would hope that she would look to emulate the skipper.
Tyson just waiting for the field to be set precisely before she comes into Masley. who awaits on 49. A wide delivery down the leg side. They're really swinging the bat at this one. She would have been hopeful to get this one over the square leg. The shot finally for a boundary, but Masley nonetheless on 49, and the keeper coming across nicely to make a good stop. A wide delivery down the leg side. They really
good opportunity gonna beg in there. Loose delivery angle in down the leg side. Just needed to get a bit of back to it, and it had 4 written all over. They're going for a big wild swing, and the ball passes between the batter and the leg stump. So perhaps a bit lucky, Chad, that the ball did not come off the pad and perhaps ricochet onto the stump. It was a hard way to go.
Yeah, that would have been very
passes between
being
batter and
9 after working so hard to get that far. To be dismissed in that manner would have been very disappointing for young Masley. But nonetheless, she's still out there. She still has the opportunity.
So the end of the over there by Tyson, the end of a very successful over. The over in which she had the dismissal of the captain, Malaika Edward. She was caught scoring some 54 runs. She faced 77 deliveries, had 8 fours in the process with a strike rate of 70. So 141 for 1 after 24 overs. So they've now approaching the halfway mark.
And Julia Tyrell continuing. Zeda comes back competently and defending this one down to the extra cover region, and no runs were taken. Wayward delivery there by Tyrell, this one way outside of stump. She losing the plot there a little bit. So far she has been the most economical bowler, only conceding 6 runs off her first over.
Sometimes a case of trying a bit too hard, knowing that she's moving to, is it a gym? So we see Masley now touching the hamstring again. For the longest while, she's been able to run between the wickets freely.
We hear this one beating to the outside of stump. You heard a little nick, but I suspect that was just hitting the wicket. Valiant appeal there by the bowler Tyrell, but umpire Darius unmoved at the media center.
A case of the bat hitting.
We hear
they're looking to hit this one perhaps a little too hard. Really missing out on a loose delivery down the leg side. It was just a case of just looking to evade the fielder short fine leg, and that would have been 4 written all over it.
Right.
Anything to the left or right of her, knowing the sort of outfield with the tittle back. It's a very quick outfield at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. So once the ball has left you in the 40-yard circle, it's a question of just retrieving it over the boundary line.
Another wide delivery there by Tyrell. After getting that wicket, you would have hoped that the fielding team would have had some more energy. There would have been more vibe in the bowling, but they continue with the misery of extras. A total of 40 extras being bowled so far in between the 25 overs.
Yes, this certainly would have to be one of the big area of concern for Junior Murray and the Grenada team.
And you mentioned earlier in 2019 there was 50 extras being bowled, and so far it seems like they will be in excess of that, or if only 25 overs being bowled.
Yes, we just about the halfway mark, and some 40 extras have been bowled. So one would want to think that by the end of the 50th over, if the team has not been bowled out before that, that is a possibility that an additional 10 extras, would be bowled in terms of wides.
And with the batting so far, I think it's important that Zayda James, it's important for her to continue the work that was done by Malaika and Amaya in terms of the running between the wickets, putting pressure on the fielders, continuing to apply the pressure, taking the quick singles. I think that's something that should be continued. I mean, it's always important to keep the scoreboard ticking, but she's giving herself a bit of time there to get set, defending those good deliveries and not really giving any chances so far.
Well, to be fair to her, she has just come into the crease, so she perhaps wants to give herself a few deliveries, and we're only into the 25th over, so there's quite a bit of overs left to get going. And some batters really like to feel a few balls on the bat before they really get going, Chad. So at the end of the 25th over, we're at the halfway stage. St Lucia 143 for the loss of 1 wicket, and that was the captain Malaika Edward was caught of the bowling of Tyson for 54, and she faced some 77 deliveries, and we included some 8-4s in there.
We have the Devona continuing from the media center end to Namaya Masley, who's on 49. She's been off strike for a while, so hopefully she could get that single to get her to 50. A good delivery on milestones there. She just laboring forward to defending that one back to the bowler. I know usually when batsmen are strike for a while, they usually get a bit cold. Hopefully she could keep that concentration and get over that milestone.
I think it's important, as you did indicate, that Zayda James is prepared to run as well, because I think, judging from what we have seen before, once she hits this ball and she believes there's a run on, she'll just take off. So I think that Zayda needs to be at a state of readiness to help her get over that milestone.
Yeah. A wide delivery down the leg side there, signaled by Leo Amede. Maya in pursuit of a half century. Places this one on middle stump out to the extra cover fielder. I mean, she would be feeling the nerves and hoping to get a free delivery from the bowler to get that single. At this point, the pressure might be building up on her a little bit.
Well, one would hope that she has done all the hard work and just one additional single. So a loose delivery there by Tyson and one additional single. Masney unable to capitalize on this one. With this too hard into the mid-wicket region. It's tricky inside edge. And she's going to get her 50 and they're going to come back for a second. She's running hard. And good milestone achieved there by young Masley. You could hear her teammates in the background really applauding her efforts. They're pretty much satisfied with the effort. So good effort there by Masley getting to her milestone, emulating that of her captain getting to 51.
Yeah, it's tricky inside edge there. Sometimes that's the fortune you need when you're on a milestone. And you could see how much it means to her being able to get that half century. Hopefully she could just continue pushing on, not settling for just that 50 and hoping to get 3 figures.
You would have seen the captain get to 50 and got out. I think she would want to push on and go well beyond the 50. So at the end of 26 overs, the St Lucia team, they move on to 146 for the loss of 1. Zeta James on 1 and Maya Masley bringing up half century in the last over. She's 51 without loss, and as we did indicate earlier on, a good strike, good healthy strike with 5-2. So for the longest while they've been able to remain above the rate of 5.
Yeah, and that would be as a result of not only the extras but the good running and the good batting, the good confident batting from Namaya and Malaika being able to dispatch bad bowling when it was presented to them. We have an appeal left for LBW, but JD Tyrell bowling from over the wicket. It might be difficult to get that ball pitching in line.
Yes, it was one would say a hopeful appeal, but certainly umpire Darius did turn it down. Another short delivery there to Jadia, really looking to open up. And I think Jadia perhaps looking to hit the ball a little too hard, really losing her ship in the process.
Yeah, that ball was a bit slower than she expected, so she was into position early and had to wait for it and not being able to get good contact on that one, only being able to hit it down to the square leg fielder. I see an outside edge there, beating the keeper's glove to the left. The keeper a bit close there, but with the pace that is bowling, I mean, she, in all fairness, I think she's in the right position, but not being able to hold on to that one.
Was a sharp chance. A little to her left, perhaps not her strongest arm. So some keepers are stronger diving left or diving right. So in her case, it might have well be to her weak side. But nevertheless, a chance gonna begin. Cut this one outside the off stump. So certainly, yeah, we have seen the slowing in the scoring since the dismissal of Malaika. With Masley approaching her milestone, she really was very cautious in approach. And with Zeta just coming to the crease, had not shown any real intention of any intent so far.
A good quick single there. The fielder at mid-wicket moving swiftly, picking this one up with a right hand and giving a good throw to the keeper. A good bit of fielding there. The first sign of real intent we've seen from the fielders trying to effect a run out, but a good quick single there by Zeta. She having to put in the dive to get into the crease.
Number 68.
Good quick single there.
In very quickly, one-handed, and throw into the keeper.
You see, she finally holding on to that one.
Third time lucky. This is the third occasion where short ball being served to Zeta James down the left side, and on this occasion, really getting bat to this one and evading the fielder at the square leg boundary, and she's got herself 4 easy runs, and in the process St Lucia team, they have moved on to 152 for the loss of 1 wicket. So certainly the platform is certainly set, Jad, for what should be perhaps a score of 300.
Yeah, and with that loose delivery there, Zida been able to dispatch it. Maybe that's the shot she needs to start opening up her shoulders. But nonetheless, we mentioned 27 overs alone being bowled. 27 overs alone being bowled. She has some time to get set, but you could see her putting away the bad balls. That's good intent there from the batters.
So now that Marsley has gone past a milestone, one would think that we may see a little more intensity where her batting is concerned, because into the 40s, she was stuck into the 40s for the longest while.
You have a Tyrell J.D. Tyrell continuing from the media end. A full delivery to Namaya. A bit of a slip there from Zida, not being able to get up quickly enough to come through for that single. That has been a sight from since morning. The ladies have been slipping on the surface a lot, and the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, we know there's, I think, about 6 strips there, so that attributes as well to the spikes not being able to grip the turf properly.
So a few dot deliveries there, been bowled by Tyson. One would hope that if they are unable to pick up wickets, at least they could just stem the flow of runs, try to build a bit of pressure. Again, just as I said, they need to build a little pressure. Loose one being served down the leg side there to Marsley, and taking full advantage of this one, hitting it to the right of the fielder at the short fine leg region and down to the vacant boundary for 4. So 4 more runs been added to the total, 156 for the loss of 1. And with this 4, Marsley moves on to 56 herself.
I think that this is the point in the game where the skipper, Anisha Thomas, should bring all her fielders together, try to get them to be on the same page, try to get the level of intensity up. I mean, after a wicket, this is the ideal time to build a lot of pressure, and you could have seen that was being done so far, but the bowlers really disappointing themselves with offering maybe 1 or 2 loose deliveries in an over, which is exactly what they want to avoid.
Yes. Inconsistency of the bowlers, unable to put a string of good deliveries together. Quite a few occasions when they have bowled at least 2 good deliveries. As soon as I've complimented them, the third one, we tend to see a loose ball being bowled. So this is one of the areas they really need to work on. Try to see if they could get 4 and 5 good deliveries together. And a loose one down the leg side again. And it's a bit strange that the umpire, well, as Jussie indicated that it came off the pad. So certainly he would be in the best position. We are quite a few yards away from the action in the middle. So umpire Amidi said that one came off the pad, young lady. So.
But yet again, another wayward delivery down the leg side.
Yes, she was very fortunate to have gotten this one.
See number 76 area Fortune just coming up to her bowler, allowing her to relax before she runs up to bowl.
This is the end of the 28th over. And at the end of it, St Lucia 156 for the loss of 1. We have Zida James, who is on 6. Has only faced some 12 deliveries. And Namaya Masley on 56, having faced some 83 deliveries, and she has scored some 6 fours in the process. So St Lucia certainly have a good platform set to get a huge total, a total of perhaps in excess of 280, 300 runs.
And not to forget, we're watching Windward Island Senior Women Competition, and so far we have 2 under 19 players there at the crease. That just shows the capabilities of our younger ladies in the game. Both of them being able to show their maturity, coming in at 3 and opening the batting for the senior women's team. That just shows the capabilities of the younger generation coming forward.
Yes, certainly. I mean, with the sort of opportunities that are out there, I mean, you look at even in the region now, we have a regional tournament, CPL, so to speak. The ladies have their leagues, and when you look at in India now, with India also starting their version of the IPL for the ladies as well. The Australia have had the Big Bash, England, South Africa. So there's certainly plenty of opportunities for the ladies in St Lucia in the region, the Windward Island, and with the likes of Zeta James herself just playing the Under-19 World Cup and then the Senior World Cup as well. So that should be a good motivating factor for the ladies in the Windward Island to want to push forward with their cricketing career.
Yeah, good fielding there by the fine leg fielder number 71. We have a substitute. We have a Janila Charles onto the field. We're not quite sure who was subbed off, but initially she was not in the playing 11, but she's on the field number 71, substituting for one of the ladies. We're not quite sure where exactly is off the field at the moment. But nonetheless, going back to your point of opportunities, yes, in the world of cricket today, I believe cricket has the most opportunities around the world for both female and male athletes to develop and go far. You mentioned the IPL. There's a women IPL right now. We have a number of our West Indies players taking part in that. The likes of Hayley Matthews. In Australia as well, the Big Bash, there's a number of our West Indies ladies taking part in that as well. So, I mean, the opportunities are there. This cricket is being live streamed, so there's opportunities for a lot of important people to see, especially when batters and bowlers are taking wickets and scoring runs.
Yes, certainly the opportunities have been given to the young ladies to showcase their talent, and as you indicate, you never know who's watching. And certainly, once you go out there and you put in the performances, persons are going to notice you at some point in time.
I see Masley really wanting to run. She hasn't been able to take any quick singles for a while now. Zeta James just coming in and providing some composure and maturity there at the crease, allowing Namaya to understand the importance of not taking risky singles.
So good, quick single taken there by Namaya Masley. She moves on to 57. The score moves on to 158 for the loss of 1.
I see an opportunity being created there. The fielder they had square leg, pelting in off the boundary, and this one busting through her hands, landing well short of the rope. Another opportunity being created there, but being grasped by the fielder there at square leg.
Yes, the Grenada team perhaps may ruin that opportunity of getting James out. The fielder from the square leg boundary just running in and really just made a hash of this one. Just went through our hands, and to add insult to injury, it went to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and Zeta James is not somebody you would want to drop early on in her innings. She has the capabilities and the power to hurt you later on. She's a very small person, but she can hit the ball far and pack a punch. As you see that ball race there to the square leg fielder and burst through her hands for 4.
Yes, Chan's gonna begin. And the score now 163 for the loss of 1. Certainly the likes of Zeta James, you want to see her back as early as possible. It's resolute in defense, this one. Really at the stump, and she's pretty much prepared to just come forward and play every ball on its spirit.
Yeah,
And what is required. Still quite a few overs, so there's no need to really go helter-skelter on the attack. She could still bat, sensibly, continue to rotate the strike. And the good thing about it, you still have a left-right combination at the wicket.
Right, and that has been the talking point of the innings so far, being able to understand when they have to defend, when they can attack, and when they could force the singles. That has been very good on display by the young batters today.
See Brittany Pascal. Well, actually, she bowled 1 over, and it was pretty much expensive. She went for some 15 runs in the over. So she's been reintroduced into the attack from the media center end, the northern end.
See a good delivery there by her, swinging into the right-handed Masley. She's unable to make contact with that one, and going down to the third man region, coming through for a single.
In.
So young Pascal would want to give a better account of herself with that over. As you mentioned, the first over going for 15 runs, she would want to restrict the run scoring of her over so that she could do what it takes for the skipper.
Yes, good opportunity for Brittany to redeem herself after bowling a very expensive first over. She would certainly want to make amends for that first over, and perhaps reward her captain for entrusting her with the ball with a wicket. Certainly wickets they need. St Lucia 164 for just the loss of 1 wicket. So they certainly need to make further inroads into the batting.
Yeah, and our statistician letting us know that there were 4 wides and 2 no balls in the previous over. So if she could just finish off that over nicely, maybe just giving away 6 or 7 runs, I think the skipper would be happy.
A good delivery there to Zeta James, just outside the off stump. Really looking to punch this one through the cover region, but a bit lazy in playing that shot. Flashing that one outside the off stump.
A good start to the over so far by Pascal, only conceding 3 runs after bowling 3 deliveries. So hopefully she could close out the over well.
But I think this over is only a leg by so far, so she really has not considered any run off the bat. Remember, her first over went for 15. There's 1 run off the over so far, but it's been a leg by.
Single there by Maya Masler. She's coming to the danger end. With that shot there, Zeta moves on to 12, and the total team score moves on to 165 for 1 after 30 overs, despite the wicket falling Zeta James, as I mentioned, came into the crease. She took her time and is now just opening up her shoulders and continuing to play with the rate of the game.
Yeah, well, certainly she would have to continue striking the ball. 12 of 18. This sort of platform that was set by the captain Malaika and Maya Masley. Really want to continue pressing on the accelerator. So the end of a good over there by Pascal, being reintroduced into the attack. Her first over she conceded 15 runs, and her second over only conceding 1 run, so a good comeback. Captain certainly would be pleased with her effort second time around. So at the end of 40 overs, St Lucia has moved on to 165 for the loss of 1 wicket. Wicket that of the captain Malaika Edward was caught. Delicia Francois bowled Tyson for 54. She faced some 77 balls and she struck 8 fours.
This delivery there nicely played off the hip by Zeta James, and they come through for a single. Looking for another one, but it's really on. The ball is already picked up cleanly by the fielder, so they settled for that single. But so far, the Grenadian bowlers have done well to restrict the run flow of Namaya Masley. She hasn't hit a boundary for a while now. So the good tight bowling there by the Grenadian bowlers. Appeal, almost optimistic appeal at that ball, heading way down the leg side. But still looking.
Well, I think the fielders were just testing if umpire Darius has fallen asleep at the wheels. But certainly he's very much up on alert. I realized this one was heading down the leg side. So it must be noted, Jad, the Grenada bowlers, the last few overs, certainly they bowled a little more disciplined line and length. We're not seeing the number of loose deliveries, too many loose deliveries being served to the St Lucia batters.
We see a wild swing there by Namaya. The pressure of the restricted run flow, you could see it get into her, and she's trying to hit that one over the offside. But I think it's important for her to just continue batting, accumulate her runs, and try to get to 3 figures. There's not really much pressure, 30 overs alone being bowled. So there's a lot of time there for to get a good total.
Yeah, good delivery there by Francois. This one just moving away from the batsman, and again a bit of sloppy work there. Dead ball signal by umpire. The ball was tossed from the keeper to the bowler, and Zeta James and Masley decided that they were going to scamper for a quick single, but the bowler was already a dead ball because the keeper collected the ball and she was tossing the ball back to the bowler.
But you could tell that there's a bit of alertness by Zeta James there, trying to sneak through another single.
Yes, certainly. This one down the leg side by Francois. But one would say good take by the keeper.
Yeah.
On numerous occasions, once the ball up angled down the leg side, she is not able to collect cleanly, and also resulting in the batters scampering for a quick leg bye. A quick bye, sorry.
Yeah, so far she's been skipping across nicely, getting her hands in good positions, getting her head and her hands in good positions to collect the ball cleanly. So you could see some progress, there's some development by the keeper as she goes on throughout the game. And we see yet another wide delivery there by Masley. Maybe a bit of fatigue setting in there. You could see she's just swinging outside, fishing outside of stump, we like to say, not getting her feet across to the line of the ball.
Yeah, like I did indicate to you early on, it may be a case of unfamiliar territory. Sometimes when batters get to bat 30, 40 overs and you're unaccustomed of batting that length of time, it could certainly have its toll on you. And certainly early on in her innings, we did not see those sort of cross-batted shots that we see she playing right now. So it may be a case of fatigue starting to set in. Brittany Pascal is continuing into her third over.
So the rate now going down to 5.39. It has been consistently around 5.8. A lovely shot there by Zeta James. She's just opening up to the offside there. She's campaigning through for one, coming back for the second. A good bit of batting there. You could see she's just opening up herself to get this one past backward point there into the vacant point region there for another 2 runs.
Yeah, good positive drive. Let's see. She was really over the ball. Going for that big expansive drive outside the off stump.
It's almost like
keeper not collecting cleanly. But certainly the ball served outside the off stump. Just miss out on that opportunity.
It's like she played the ball before it even got there.
Yes, I think the slowness of some of the bowlers, you know, we have seen quite a few occasions where the batters are into the shot and the ball has not arrived.
Yeah, and especially for players like Zeda, Malika, they usually in the net space. Usually our male bowlers are faster bowlers, so they're capable of playing faster bowlers. They know how to play it, and I mean when you get back down to your level and have to acclimatize back to the slow bowlers, it might be a difficult thing for them.
Good probing line and length outside.
Good over so far there by Pascal. I mentioned earlier, she's been struggling with a run-up. So you could see her stopping there, another dead ball signal there by umpire Leo Amede. She's at the top of her mark again, getting ready to bowl to Zeda James, who gets set at the pavilion end. Pascal comes in, a full delivery on middle stump. Yorker length Zeda, missing this one and going through to the keeper. So a good bit of bowling there, a good spell of bowling by Pascal.
Yes, Pascal had her first over, which she considered some 15 runs, but since then she is now into her third over and she has bowled very admirably from the time she was reintroduced. Really not giving too many loose deliveries and certainly bowling a good line, good length.
Good run in there by Zeda James, just hitting in this one past the backward point fielder, and another misfield there. They come through for 3 runs. So sloppy fielding there on the part of the backward, the mid-wicket fielder, letting this one go through for a leg. She was backing up the keeper.
Comedy of errors there, really out in the middle. What should have been only one, we saw a fumble first with the field at the point region and a wild throw into the keeper over the head of the keeper, which he could not collect, to be fair to her, and one would have expected the fielder in the mid-wicket region would have backed up and collect that ball cleanly, but Ball went through and they were able to scamper for a foot run.
A full toss on leg stump. We were just praising the bowling of Pascal there, and she dishes up a full delivery, but Maya Marsley up to the task and putting this one past flying leg for 4. So a welcome boundary there for her with that shot there. She moves on to 61 from 95 deliveries.
Yes, certainly a good welcome boundary there for the St Lucia team. Just as we were praising Pascal for coming in her second spell and bowling well, serving a loose, juicy full toss, angling down the leg side. And all Marsley had to do was get back to it, get it to the right of the fielder at the short, fine leg position and down to the vacant boundary for 4. So after 32 overs, St Lucia have moved on to 176 for the loss of 1 wicket. Zeta James on 18 and Namaya Marsley 61.
We have the introduction of spin again, this time from the pavilion and Dixon, the off spinner who started from the media center, and she comes into the attack again for a second spell.
Well, spell of 4, she considered some 22 runs, and one would hope that she can have an improved performance or perhaps see the back of one of those batters.
A brilliant shot there by Zeta James, just playing a nice square drive. The sweeper on the offside makes a valiant effort, comes through. And then they come through for 2. But you could see a lazy effort there by the fielder at backward point, not really putting in the effort to support the bowler. This one passed not too far from her to the right.
Yeah, some of the fielders are certainly putting in 100% and others are just going through the motion.
Right.
And at this stage, you would want everybody putting in 100%.
And we mentioned, especially in a situation like this where you're bowling and the other team is 178 for 1 after 42 overs, we need the support and the effort from every single fielder. I mean, a chance created and taken could really put the team back into the game. I see a full delivery there, Zeta going down on her knees to hit this one, only succeeding in getting this one to the short mid-wicket fielder and not being able to get a single.
I would be disappointed with that effort. Loose delivery there, certainly needed to put it away, but only hitting it straight to the fielder at the short mid-wicket region. Another full delivery there, looking to hit this one through the cover, perhaps yoking herself in the process. Yes, certainly with a strike rate of 72.41. So some 21 runs off 29 deliveries. Dixon a bit on the expensive side, 4.5 overs, and she have considered some 25 runs. This one wide outside the off stump. As you did indicate, she has not considered a boundary in her second spell, but having bowled 5 overs for 28 runs, which is certainly with an economic rate of 5.6. So at the end of 33 overs, the St Lucia team, they move on to 182 for the loss of 1 wicket. Zeta James 21 and Namayo Masley on 62. Partnership of 44.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Coach Emmanuel would have wanted after having such a large partnership, opening partnership of 116 for Zeta to come out there and continue the good work put on by the openers. And we have Masley, who's still at the crease. She continues to pile on the runs, and Zeta is playing expansively and trying to get the boundaries in between. And you see this one pull straight to square leg, being able to come through for yet another single.
Yes, again another fumble out there. I think on this occasion the culprit is Teresa Thomas, number 69. So the fielding for the Grenada team certainly
letting them down.
Has let them down to a certain degree. We've seen a number of singles that should not have been, or even opportunities for run-outs. More than begging.
A good delivery there by Pascal outside of stump. Zeta coming back to play a square cut or back foot punch, but unable to make contact and going through to the keeper. This one collected nicely by the wicket keeper. Full delivery off stump there. Zeta coming forward nicely and hitting this one to extra cover. So no runs so far of the first 2 deliveries. Coming in again, Zeta plays a lovely square cut. You could see a pelting down the wicket. Touch and go coming back for 2 runs. So good aggressive running there by Zeta James. You really love to see that type of cricket being played by the ladies, not just focusing on hitting boundaries, but also pressuring the fielders. That's great cricket so far.
That's good aggressive running there by Zeta James.
A lovely back foot punch there. Just hitting this one to the sweep on the offside for a single. Good throw. By it looks like the skipper. Yeah, the captain Anisha Thomas taking the reins and sweeping on the boundary there, giving a good throw back to the keeper. So Masley comes back into strike, and with the St Lucia total on 186 for 1 after 33.5 overs.
Yes, good going there by the St Lucia team. Really a good platform has been set for the likes of Kian, Narisa, and the likes.
Yeah,
Ashlyn Cooper.
Yeah, there's a lot of promising opportunity
Cooper,
there.
Ashlyn Edwards. So certainly they would want to get close to that 300 mark. So at the end of 34 overs, the score moved on to 187 for the loss of 1 wicket. See the James 24 and Maya Masley on 64. So
Yeah,
these two are put on a partnership of 49 runs. And the current rate 5.5. So the St Lucia team, they have maintained a rate of 5 plus, which means that the bat out all the 50 overs, they would get in excess of 250.
Yeah, and I mean that's exactly what the coach and the rest of the team would want. Excess of 250. That is a competitive total in any form of 50 over cricket, and they're well on their way to get there. We have Maya there continuing to bat. You could see a little bit of fatigue kicking in there. She's not playing the ball on the merit as much as she was at the start of the innings. A bit of tiredness coming into the stroke play at the moment. That's expected when she's been running a lot of quick singles. So.
And she's bowled by Fortune coming back for her third spell, as you did indicate, perhaps fatigue and a lack of concentration. She was comprehensively bowled, but the young lady could hold her head up high, having some 64 runs in the process. She's very much a youngster. A good effort, good outing there.
Yeah, a good start to her tournament so far. I mean, it's just the first game, and being able to get a half century in your first outing is always what's ideal for a batter.
So the dismissal of Nehemiah Masley. Here comes the wicket-keeper batter. She was the captain of the national team back in 2019 when they last played the Windward tournament down here. So certainly a wealth of experience out there. And one would hope that we would continue to push on the scoring with the sort of platform that is set for St Lucia, 187, sorry, for the loss of 2 wickets in the 35th over. So certainly one would expect that perhaps she would get a few deliveries onto the back, but would continue to push on.
Right.
8 wickets still left in the hut. One would expect that St Lucia should look to pick up the rates a bit more, perhaps get it at a rate of perhaps over 6 and get closer to 300 runs.
Yeah, and I think Ashley is the ideal person to come in at that time. You mentioned about having the experience of playing and also having the experience of captaining the national team. So you know she's a veteran around the national setup. So she knows how to go about her game. She has the capabilities, and I expect that she will go out there and push on from that platform.
A good first delivery serve up to Edwards. Certainly Fortune would be buoyed with the dismissal of Nehemiah Masley. I think it's always a good feeling for any bowler to be able to pick up wickets.
And Fortune has been bowling brilliantly so far. She's into her 8th over at the moment, conceding 41 runs with an economy of 5.72. So she has been the pick of the bowler so far, and her skipper looking for a wicket, looking for a breakthrough, brought her into the attack, and she was able to deliver. And with that wicket there, you could see there's a bit of energy and bustle in her run up again, getting that one to lift off her length and carry to the wicket keeper nicely.
Yes, certainly there's additional spring in her step. And this is what wicket does to bowlers.
A good shot there by Ashlyn, hitting this one down to the backward point region and coming through for a single. So with that shot there, she gets off the mark with just her third delivery. That brings Cedar on strike, and with that wicket we continue to see the implementation of the left and the right hand combination. So you could see that's probably a bit of a tactic there by the coach, sending in the right hander with the fall of the right handed wicket.
Yeah, certainly it has worked so far for the St Lucia team.
Brilliant shot there by Zeta James. A lovely, exquisite cover drive there by the left hander. I mentioned about the cover drive of the left hander. That's always a sight to behold. and she see her just leaning onto that one there between the extra cover and the middle fielder. So a lovely shot there by Zeta James. She moves on swiftly to 28 with a strike rate of 82.35. So she continues to play the field and continues to add impetus to the innings.
Certainly the shot of the day for me. It was just caressed through the cover region. From the time the ball left the bat, it had 4 written all over. Very delightful batting there by young James. It's one of the players one would say you would certainly want to pay your money to watch any day of the week.
Yeah, every time she comes out, she really puts her skills on display, and there's no doubt about the talent that she possesses. Oh. Yeah, James just 18 years of age. She shows the maturity of a senior player, having had all that experience playing the Windward tournament, playing the international cricket, the Under-19 World Cup, as well as the Senior World Cup. You could tell on the shoulders of an 18-year-old that will bring maturity and determination along with as she grows.
Well, as far back as 2019, when the tournament was played here, as a youngster, well, I mean, 18, she's still a youngster, but much younger than that, she had a half century here for St Lucia. So, as far back as 2019, we really saw her potential. And I remember her father was very elated in the stands when she got first half century for St Lucia. And I must say, you know, kudos to her parents. They're very supportive of her. And it is something that I realized in St Lucia, well, even you to a certain extent, I mean, you, your brother, I mean, your parents, your mom in particular, that you see the younger generation, that the parents, you know, they tend to give them a lot of support. You know,
Yeah.
and that is good for the players.
It's important for their development as well, because I mean, you score 50, you score a half century, and you go off to speak to your parents, they congratulate you. It does a whole lot to your confidence as a player, being able to know that you have the support of your family, you have the backing of your family, they will be there to support you. It does boost your confidence.
So we see Noel back into the attack. First delivery to Ashlyn, right on. And Ashlyn flashes at this one. So it goes through to the extra cover region. And we would throw. No one's backing up. They've gone for the additional run, the possibility. Or they were thinking of a third.
Yeah,
Bit of loose fielding there again by the Grenada team.
and not the best effort by the fielder, by the keeper, sorry. She just let this one pass over, and they're not really making an effort to get this one. A bit of fatigue there setting into the fielding team. They've been out there for the sum of 36 overs being bowled right now, and really been put under the pump by the batters so far.
Well, being in the field and not picking up wickets regularly could have a psychological effect on the team. And more so with 195 runs been posted so far for just the loss of 2 wickets. So certainly it will be a source of concern for the captain and the Grenada team. So with some 14 overs remaining after the complete this over, they certainly would be eyeing a score of perhaps well over 250, 260 runs.
And with Zeda still there, a bit of bustle in that delivery, a quick delivery rushing Zeda. She's the ball was onto a bit quicker than she expected. So good bowling there so far by Karina Noel. She was one of those we mentioned earlier who has a bit of pace to her, a bit of hostility to her bowling, and you see that she gives Zeda a short ball and was unable to.
She and Aria Fortune, they tend to hit the deck very hard. Okay. after serving a short delivery. This one was a full toss, which Jada put this one away through the backward square region for 4. So the umpire has cancelled his initial signal of 6. Certainly one bounce over the rope.
A high delivery there. I believe that the fielder at square leg could have made a better effort. It did not pass too far from her, but I mean the power of Zeda saw that one racing down to the boundary. But nonetheless, an opportunity created there because that landed inside the boundary. And there is a field set for the bowling that she is delivering right now. There's a deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg. So you could tell that they will attack her with the short bowling, the back of her length into her body.
Certainly the Grenada Wolves continue in the outfield. They certainly have not fielded the way one would have expected. Certainly we have seen this is one of the weak areas for the team. We do not see enough intensity out in the middle. You see what few players are putting in the effort while some are just going through the motion. So certainly it is something that the coach, Junior Murray, the management staff would have to get in short order, because tomorrow they are at Grosley in match number 2 for them.
Yeah, I believe that it should be addressed as early as possible, because I mean the competition is not very long, only a few days, and there's not much time in between games. So that's something that needs to be worked on as the game progresses on. But as you mentioned, there are a few shining lights in the field. You see some brilliant stops, brilliant catching so far by a few of the fielders. Them really putting the effort into to restrict their run scoring.
So the captain really has gone to 2 of her premier bowlers, Karina Noel and Aria Fortune, to see if perhaps can get a wicket on this occasion. This one has been lapped down the leg side by Edward. Not have the legs to get over the boundary rope, but they were able to scurry through for 2, and in the process they have brought up the 200 for St Lucia. So 200 for the loss of 2 wickets. Cedar James on 32 and Ashlyn Edwards on 6.
Yeah, brilliant batting display so far by St Lucia national women's team. All top order batsmen have so far put up their hands and got a good total for themselves. Zeda came in at the fall of the wicket of Malaika, and she put up her hand and really continued with the flow of the innings, being able to squat 84.2 runs. You see a good shot there by Ashlyn, hitting this one over mid on an attacking shot there. You could see the confidence in their stroke play at the moment. The St Lucia national women's team is really on top at this point in the game.
Yes, certainly they continue to press home the advantage. Half volley served up there to Ashlyn Edwards. Did not need a second invitation. Played the lofted drive over the fielder at the mid-on region and down to the vacant long on boundary for 4. So Ashlyn Edwards certainly showing the intention that she is going to come out there and looking to be aggressive, continue to press home the advantage, and this is certainly what's required with some 14 overs remaining in the innings, and with only 2 wickets, they have lost some 8 wickets still in the bag, so she could afford to chance her hands.
Yeah, Ashlyn is a no-nonsense player. She really takes the attack back to the bowler, and you could see that she's been doing that with her stroke play so far. She's been giving herself room to free her arms, not really allowing the bowlers to settle down. We see a full delivery there. Dispatched by Ashlyn again past the square leg region for 4. Another valiant effort there by the fielder at square leg, not being able to get down quick enough to stop this one. And Ashlyn with that shot moves on to 14 from 11, striking at 127. So you could see the maturity and aggression in her innings coming out now.
Yeah, good. Positive, aggressive shot there by Ashlyn. Delivery. Angling down the leg side and it was full. So all she needed to do was to get bat on it and just to evade the fielder. And that she did admirably and got herself 4 valuable runs.
So far in the innings, all 4 batsmen have been able to get a start. That would be a bit demotivating for the Grenada team, but in contrast, the captain Malika and coach Mr. Emmanuel would be delighted seeing that the batsmen in the first game of the tournament are able to get their feet going straight away.
It was important that you ground in a tournament, and based on your performance in the first game, it certainly sends out a message to the remaining, to your opponent, the remaining, the 2 other teams, in the likes of Dominica and St Vincent. So certainly they would want to make a good impression in their first game and really throw out the gauntlet to the rest of the teams, telling them, no, hey, this is what we're up to, and we're at home. And if St Lucia is playing at home, they would want to try to dominate as much as possible.
Right, and we don't want to look too far forward into the future, but coming against St Vincent tomorrow, I believe that the confidence will be there with the batting. We yet to see them bowling. We yet to see their bowling innings, but based on the knowledge of the team so far, we understand that there are a lot of capable bowlers. We have a lot of young players on the team. We have the likes of Selena Ross, Destiny Edward, Nerissa Crafton, as well.
And even the likes of Zeda James and Kiana Joseph, with the spin.
A good crop of fast bowlers and spinners.
So certainly the job at hand is with the bat at this point in time, and the likes of Zeda James would want to go on and emulate what the captain has done, and Namaya Masley both getting half centuries, and she's just 18 runs away, 32 so far.
A beautiful shot there by Zeda James, just leaning onto this one past the point region. They go through from one, come back for the second. The fielder they had backward point, giving chase and pulling this one in just before the ropes. So you see Zeda really putting a foot down on the pedal and getting the strike rotated quickly.
Is it one shot or no ball? The umpire.
No ball. No ball signaled by the umpire. And that's a free hit signal there. So Zeda James has the opportunity to chance her arms there and just try to get this delivery away. Yeah, this time there were 5 players outside the circle within the second power play. Oh, we see a bit of pace on this one there. Zeda James chipping down the wicket and not being able to make contact with this delivery.
Certainly, Karina Noel has bowled with a fair bit of pace. She's really hitting the deck hard on this last delivery. You could hear the sound from even from that distance, the way they put in the keeper's gloves, an indication that that ball was struck hard. And this one just with a nice juicy full toss there, and Zeda James really hitting this one through the cover point region down to the boundary for 4. So good exquisite drive there by Zeda James, getting herself 4 valuable runs, and in the process moving on to 42. And the score now, St Lucia moved on to 216 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, Zeda James just showing her class there and maturity as a batter, just spanking this one past backward point there for 4. She's really opening up her shoulders with only 12 overs remaining in the inning. She understood her role and is playing it nicely at the moment.
Shot out there the stumps, and really just goes back and cuts this one over the fielder at the point region, and this one races down to the boundary for 4. So Zeda James really at this point in time is just putting an exhibition of batting there for the small crowd that is available at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yeah, she's showing her class as a batter, and at the moment she's striking at 100, being able to get 42 or 42 deliveries, hitting 6 fours. So she's really playing that role of a number 3 batter, coming in, taking her time, getting set, and understanding understanding the position that the team is in. She gets a delivery on leg stump. Is this one to square leg? There's a call for a single, but turned down by Ashlyn Edwards.
Yes, Ashlyn Edwards, perhaps just falling asleep at the wheels a bit. I think she was watching the likes of Nehemiah Masley when she was out in the middle. She certainly would not have turned down that opportunity. But it looked like one of the players for Grenada, she's on the ground, and the umpire Darius has signaled to the dressing room that someone needs to come to her aid. And we also see the fielder, a player, Outwell, has removed her bib, come out and do substitution duties if required. So it looked like Delisha Faswa is the one who requires medical attention, and we see the physio is assisting her. And if we could just have a look at the monitor, we could see she's really grimacing in pain. So certainly it looks a little serious for now. Every step you could see she's really grimacing with pain. So let's hope that it's nothing too serious, and perhaps the cold spray or some ice pack can do the trick.
Yeah, hopefully the magic spray can work some magic, but it's unfortunate to see one of the ladies limping off the field. She's really in some pain at the moment, and hopefully the physio could work with her to get her back in good form to regain.
It looks like it's an issue with perhaps her left leg. You could see every time she moves the left leg, she's grimacing in pain. But let's hope that all will end well, and that the physio can get her fully fit to perhaps come back before the inning is done, or she'll be fit enough to bat. Noel. Karina Noel continues to James. Come back and just punches this one to the wider footman. Wants a second one and come back very quickly.
A lovely aggressive batting there by say the James, just opening the face on that one down to third man and coming back for two. So far she's opening up her shoulders and batting brilliantly. She's just showing exactly why she's a cut above the rest and is able to represent the under 19 and the
well, right now she's just toying with the bowling, one would say. Playing on both sides of the wicket. Brilliant dive effort there to save what certainly would have been 4 runs. She saved 2 runs for her team. So this is a sort of effort I'm certain that Coach Junior Murray and the skipper Anisha Thomas would want to see from her fielders. So at the end of 38 overs, and she'll move down to 224 for the loss of 2 wickets. Zeda James 46 and Ashlyn Edward on 14. So these two have put on some 37-run partnership very quickly.
Yeah, good batting there so far. The bowlers for Grenada, the most successful bowlers for Grenada, we have Aria Fortune bowling 9 overs for 56 runs and picking up 1 wicket, and Devona Tyson 4 overs, only conceding 20 runs and picking up 1 over. The star bowler for me so far,
Karina Noel.
Karina Noel, yes, she's been bowling with some pace, bounce, really taking the attack to the batters so far.
She has bowled impressively. Actually,
unable to get a wicket, but unable to get a wicket.
She has really hit it as what we would say for a fast bowler. So with some 12 overs remaining, delivery there, and Ashlyn Edward is a judge LBW.
Yeah, a full delivery there. Ashlyn would have been able to hit that anyway, but unable to make contact it in front of middle stump, and umpire Darius judging out LBW.
Yes, it was, one would say, perhaps a lazy shot there by Ashlyn Edward. She should have played this with a little more conviction. This was a ball that was just begging to be hit, and somehow she missed this one and was struck right in front of the stump and was adjudged LBW. So they look like Kiana Joseph is coming in to replace Ashlyn Edward.
So we have two international players at the crease at the moment.
Yes, certainly. The two are the most experienced, one would say, in the sense that they have been on the international stage. And we know Kiana is capable of hitting a long ball. Last year, not last year, sorry, in the 2019 tournament, especially in the T20 games we saw there was a game where she got a half century for St Lucia, and she really played some delightful shots, quite a number of sixes, and we were a bit surprised at the distance she was able to hit. You know, some of those deliveries out of the park, one would say.
Yeah, Kiana is another one who's more than capable with the bat. She plays a lot of cricket around St Lucia, both female and male cricket, so she has the capabilities and she continues to show it. I remember last year she played a crucial knock for Barbados in the women's CPL, a match-winning knock. So her skipper would hope that she could come in today and emulate that. She gets off the mark straight away, so good start there so far for Kiana Joseph.
Yes, Kiana, from her days at the secondary school, is one of those who have always played alongside the male counterparts, so certainly yes, it's Kiana. No, Zida, sorry, getting a long hop there from Dixon, hitting it through the mid-wicket region, and the fielder coming around, but the ball with the spin, really, she could not hold on to it and went through to the boundary for 4. And in the process, Zeda James has brought up her 50. So the team perhaps have not realized that she has gotten to 50. Her partner, Kiana, has come down to congratulate her. So the third batter in succession, 1, 2, 3, all have gotten to a half century, and this one she hits it down the ground. Fielder comes around from the long on boundary, restrict to only 1.
Yeah, good
130 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, good aggressive knock there by Zeda,
Yes,
striking at well over 100. And so she really came into today's encounter with a positive mindset. And so far she has been flourishing. You see her trying to play that slog sweep there. You could tell that she's opening up her shoulders to get a big total. With only 11 overs remaining after that one, we would want to see.
Oh, she attempted reverse sweep, gets it down to the short one area, and they've gotten one on a wild throw there by the fielder. No, but the umpire is signaling dead ball. I'm not sure why he's signaling dead ball. Yeah, but the ball was not dead. The ball went through short footman. The fielder took the ball, threw the ball over the head of the keeper. So it had not gone to the keeper, it had not gone to the bowler. So they win the right to run the extra. And we saw umpire.
Yeah, bit of an error so far by umpire Darius there.
Darius on this occasion, but signaling dead ball when the ball really was not dead.
Yeah.
So really, Robinson was in the process of an additional run.
Yeah. A slight blemish there in the umpiring. So far it has been good throughout the day, but just a slight almost misunderstanding there by umpire Darius, resulting in St Lucia missing out on a single there.
Yeah, so at the end of the 30, At the end of the 38 overs, St Lucia 231 for the loss of 3 wickets. See that James 52, sorry. And this one wide outside of some. Again, the keeper does not collect this one cleanly. And they're able to go for one. They're coming back for a second bye. So good awareness there by the batters out in the middle. And they're able to scamper for 2 additional runs.
A very ordinary display of fieldings so far by the Grenada team. Coming into the end of the innings, you'd want all your fielders, all the bowlers to be on the top of their game, but it has been a continuation of what we've seen in the start, and nothing is changing for the Grenada team. I mean, the intensity has dropped with such a mammoth total being scored. I mean, it would demotivate any team, but at this level, you'd want to put on your best display.
Well, I think the coach, Junior Murray, him being a wicket keeper, I think he would really be disappointed with the effort of the wicket keeper, and he would certainly be aware this would be one of the areas that Grenada really need to do a lot of work. Because I think a lot of run has been given by the wicket keeper, and like you said, the wicket keeper really is the one that's supposed to be motivating the team, and she's just going through the motion really.
Short delivery there, punched nicely by Kiana down to mid-off. They go through for one. Zida is coming back for the second. Good effort there by Zida, really putting a price on the wicket, given that last effort there to put in the dive to get back into a crease. So good batting so far by these 2 left-handers.
But we are speaking about the fielding, even the effort to get the ball into the bowler. It was very lackadaisical. A good hard throw certainly would have had Zida James in problem.
But now we see that the St Lucia team understands that weakness and is really taking control over
that. They're taking full advantage of it. Because they've realized once the ball has gone past the 40-yard circle and they put any pressure on the Grenada team, it's more than likely they could come back for 2 easy runs.
Slash there by Kiana, pass a backward point, they ample through for a single. The fielder there at third man makes a clean pickup and gives a good throw back to the keeper. But you see, we could come boundary size. Usually for women's cricket we have a smaller boundary, but we maintain almost like the male level boundary.
Well, from here, looking at the dimension, the straight boundary looks a little shorter, but the square boundaries are much wider.
Right, yeah. So it's a bit of a challenge for the ladies getting a throw in from the square boundary. So we often see relay throws or 1 or 2 bounces to the keeper. So it's important for the batters to realize that, and they have realized it so far. So that's how they put the pressure and run 2 when there really should not be 2.
Shot there by James. This one shot on this occasion, just getting down and getting it over the fielder at the backward square region and down to the vacant boundary for 4. So the score moves on to 243 at the end of 40 overs. So with some 10 overs left, and if St Lucia continue with the rate, well, presently the rate has jumped to 6.08. So with 10 overs remaining, another additional 60 runs, St Lucia will get well over the 300 mark.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were hoping for at the start of the batting innings. We mentioned if the rate continues at 5.8 and jumps above 6 at the right point in the game, that there will be in excess of 250, and just 7 runs of 250 with 10 overs remaining. I mean, the capabilities of getting over 300 is more than within range.
And most importantly, they've only lost 3 wickets. So Dixon, one of the successful bowlers so far. And they have gone for one, thinking of the second. No, it's not on. that run, St Lucia moves on to 244 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, Taylor Dixon, the only spinning option on display today, has bowled brilliantly. I remember her first over, she had a few extras, but she has come back brilliantly and able to pick up a wicket, only conceding 37 runs, and only 2 deliveries into a 7th over. So good bowling there so far by her, really restricting Zeda and putting a little bit of pressure on her at the pavilion end.
So Kian James looking to use the feet, and in the process just yorking herself. So Dixon certainly in the midst of a very good over so far. Zeda looking to hit this one inside out. Gets this one through the extra cover region. Go through for a single.
And you could see Dixon varying a pace, in getting some slower, deceiving Zeda in the air, thinking that she is able to get down to it, but only succeeding in yorking herself. You see Kiana following suit there, but able to get that single down to mid-off. So good bowling there by Dixon. She's really using the conditions and using her smarts to try to stay on top of the batters, and she's doing it successfully at the moment.
Yes, certainly one of the more successful bowlers, as we did indicate. She has bowled some 7 overs for 49 runs and has picked up 1 wicket. So at the end of the 41st over, St Lucia have moved on to 246 for the loss of 3. And just a quick update as to what has transpired so far. St Lucia won a toss and elected to bat, and we had the likes of Malaika Edward, the captain, and Maya Masley opening the innings. Malaika was caught. Delisha Faswa bowled Tyson for 54. She faced some 77 balls, had 8 fours struck in the process. Namaya Masley was bowled Fortune for 64. She faced 99 deliveries, 7 fours in the process. Zida James at number 3. She's 57, not out of 54 deliveries, and has struck 8 fours. Ashlyn Edward, LBW Dixon. She was LBW for 14 runs. She faced 13 deliveries, struck 2 fours. And presently at the crease we have Kiana Joseph, who is not out on 7 and has faced only 8 deliveries. So you're not missing out on any cricket. The umpires have taken a drinks break. So let's look at the bowling quickly for Grenada. Karina Noel, 7 overs. No maiden for 44. Araya Fortune, 9 overs. No maiden for 56 and picked up 1 wicket. Delisha Francois, 6 overs. No maiden, 27 runs, no wicket. Taylor Dixon, 7 overs. No maiden, 49 runs, 1 wicket. Brittany Pascal, 5 overs. No maiden, 40 runs. Devona Tyson, 4 overs. 20 runs, and she has picked up 1 wicket. And Jada Terrell, 3 overs, no maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. So Grenada, they have used up some 7 bowlers so far. And with some 41 overs have been bowled. St Lucia 246 for the loss of 3. So certainly good platform has been set for what should be a score of, one would think, 300. 300 certainly on the cards. We've lost only 3 wickets, and with the likes of Zida James was well set there on 57, and the other West Indies senior player, Kiana Joseph, who is capable of hitting a long ball. if these two could bat out, say 9 overs or another 6 to 8 overs, St Lucia certainly Jad would get well past the score of the 300. One would hope they would.
Yeah, and at the rate Zeta is going already, I mean, if she continues at the crease, the St Lucia has opportunity to go to 300. So far, she's looking really solid there, being able to score quickly in excess of 100. And Kiana Joseph at the crease as well, going down on one knee and sweeping this one past the flying leg region, going down to the boundary for 4. So Kiana as well getting into the act, hitting her first boundary, moving on to 11. So both batsmen at the crease striking above 100, and that is exactly what was required by the St Lucia female team at this point in the game. The openers were able to get them a good start and then counteracting with a good punch in the end.
With the sort of platform that was set for by Malaika, Edward and Naima Masley, they certainly put the St Lucia team in a driving seat. Another delivery down leg side has gotten some bottom. Would it have enough legs to get to the boundary? Yes, it has gotten over the rope. So 2 consecutive fours there by struck there by Kiana Joseph. So certainly they have in the process have brought up the total of 250. So St Lucia 254 for the loss of 2 wickets. So a bit of loose bowling there by Devona Tyson. 2 loose deliveries, angling down the leg side, and Kiana Joseph has taken full advantage of those 2 deliveries.
And with that, these 2 shots there, we see a change in the field, deploying a deep flying leg. Tyson coming in again to Joseph. Slow delivery outside of some Kiana spanking this one past the extra cover fielder, but the mid-off fielder coming across nicely to make a good stop. I mean, at this point in the game, the skipper, Nisha Thomas, would want the bowlers to be as restrictive as possible, but the likes of Kiana Joseph and Zeta James is being difficult for them so far.
Certainly 2 of the better batters in the St Lucia setup. They are out in the middle, and the coach would want them to go all the way outside down the leg side, and Zeta James perhaps not capitalizing, not taking full advantage of this close delivery, only able to get just 1 run. And I think she would be pretty much disappointed with that effort, not capitalizing on this yet.
Yeah, it's like she was waiting so long for that delivery to get to her. It almost affected the timing, but nonetheless, she's still at the crease. Still has the better half of 7 overs to face. And with Kiana Joseph at the other end, I mean, she does have the confidence in her other partner. So free-flowing cricket should be playing so far for the remainder of the innings by these 2 batsmen.
Short delivery there, and Kiana get into position and just heaves this one over the wide mid-wicket region down to the boundary for 4. So certainly Kiana looks like she is prepared to switch gears, as we would say. And in this over, we have seen she has struck some 3 fours so far.
Yeah, Kiana has been an aggressive player by nature, aggressive left-handed batter. And you could see that on display today, striking at 145, really putting the pressure back on the Grenadian bowlers.
This one wide down the leg side. The St Lucia team really putting Grenada to the sword there right now. Really looking to press home the advantage.
Yeah,
on Tyson
making use of the home advantage, batting on a nice boss's wicket. We see a terrible delivery there by Tyson, signal no ball by umpire Leo Amede. this delivery pitching off the wicket, off the tram lines. And we know, as I mentioned earlier, with the changing rules, that any delivery that pitches outside these defined areas are signaled no balls and given free hit. So Kiana Joseph has the opportunity now there to free up her shoulders and try to get a boundary for herself and the team.
Certainly feeling the pressure. It's this one straight back and a misfield again, and this one will go all the way to the boundary for 4. So the fielding really has not helped the effort again. Jada Tyrell certainly seems to be one of the weaker fielders on the Grenada team.
Yeah, she's been having a very difficult day in the field today.
Yeah, she's had a really torrid in the field. And one would hope that she could really pull it together. But in the process, the team, St Lucia, has moved on to 266 for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of 42 overs. So with 8 overs remaining, St Lucia would certainly want to get that additional 34 runs to get them past the 300 mark. So Zeda James on 61 of 55 deliveries, and Kiana Joseph has quickly gone on to 21 of 14 deliveries. So it looks like the bowler Karina Noel, number 68.
The better of the crop of bowlers so far. Unable to get a wicket, but she's still putting on a display of fast bowling.
Some 7 overs and only conceding 40 runs with an economy rate of 5.71. Slow delivery outside the off stump. They're just looking to dab this one, unable to make any contact. So certainly Karina Noel has not only run in and bowl fast, but she pretty much inclined to show that she has a bit of variation as well.
Yeah, she's putting a full display of skills. She's putting on a full display of skills for us today. I've been really impressed with her bowling so far. Despite not being able to be successful with a wicket, she's really showing determination, grit, and I think she has been one of the better fielders as well on the park today. So all-around good all-around performance by her so far. We see a wayward delivery there down the leg side. Zeda swiveling across and hitting this one down to the fine leg region, coming back for 2. So they only now celebrating Zeda's 50.
Yes, it's sort of a little ironic that they are celebrating Zeda's 50 when she has moved on to 63. But we have to say that the electronic scoreboard is not, well, it is in operation, but the irony of this whole thing is that the area which is supposed to indicate Zeda's scoring is not functioning properly, so they are unaware that she has gotten to 50.
And we see her hit another boundary there past a backward square leg, this time timing this one nicely, and Noel not a good start to a last spell there after being praised for good bowling so far.
We must say that we've kept putting the commentators' curse on the bowlers a little too often. Every time that we have praised them for perhaps starting a good bowling a good up or bowling a good spell, immediately following that they tend to serve a few loose deliveries.
Good comeback delivery there, and Zeda as well increasing her strike rate up to 115, scoring the 67 runs in 59 deliveries. So good batting there by Zeda, really going through the gears, and you could tell now she's in her mind that she has to attack the bowling, and she's doing it successfully so far. Another run-out opportunity there, but the fielder very slow to this one, not really putting in the effort to get this one swiftly enough to effect the run-out, and they come through for another single.
Well, one thing we can say about the batting for St Lucia so far, the running between the wickets have been excellent with all the batters we have seen. They really putting the fielders under immense pressure.
Yeah, and Zeta
Look, they're easily coming back for what should have just been one
a
run.
single. Yeah, the Grenada team really just dropping their shoulders. They've been in the field there for the better half of 50 overs so far and have not been really successful. So this is having a toll on them mentally, physically, and I guess emotionally at the moment.
Very much so. I think they are looking at it's going to be a real daunting task that they are first unable to bowl out the St Lucia team because they bowled some 43 overs and they have only taken 3 wickets. And St Lucia have scored 276 runs, but more so they feel that they're eyeing a mammoth total of perhaps well over 300 runs. That in itself is a bit demoralizing for them out in the middle. But it is a learning curve. This is just the first match in the tournament for them. There are still 2 other games, so there are lots of positive, I guess, they can take from this game, but then look forward, to improving in the other games, especially where the field is concerned. But the game is not over yet. It's a game of cricket. As good as the score it is there, you add 2 or 3 wickets to it, it is a different complexion.
Yeah, they always say that wickets at key moments in the game always change the competition, change the complexion of the game. And I mean, despite already having 276, a few quick wickets there, and the momentum is going with Grenada into the break.
Yes, most certainly. So there's still a lot to play for. I mean, it's not all over and done yet. 7 overs remaining in the inning. And in those 7 overs, a lot can happen.
And in those 7 overs, Zeta has the opportunity to get a century.
Well, the thought did cross my mind, but I really didn't want to
blight.
Say that a little too early. But with some 40 runs remaining at the rate that she's going, it is a distinct possibility that she could get to 3 figures.
And I think she's more than capable to do so. She has the mental capacity and the skills to get to that. She has more than enough time. You see Kiana just spanking this one over the mid-off region there. A very aggressive shot by Kiana Joseph, hitting this one into the mid-off boundary for 4.
I think the situation right now is sort of tailor-made for Kiana, in the sense that she could go out there and just play free cricket. So the score now moves on to 276 for the loss of 3 wickets. So they scamper back for 2. And a bit of comic relief out there. Kiana really hitting the deck in her second run, and her teammates find that a bit amusing. So it looked like the umpire Leo is checking to see if there are too many players outside. Wide delivery signal. And Jad, we did not even note that the extras has gone past. Extras now will move on to a whopping 53.
Yes, so now there's a new milestone. The 2019 total of 50. I mean, it's not something to be.
But it's powerfully struck to the long off region, just resulting in 1 run. So 284 for 3. So just 16 runs away from 300. So I think it would be safe to say that St Lucia may very well get over a total of 300 plus runs.
Yeah, if Zeda and Kiana continues out there, it's not a possibility. I mean, it will happen. Just 16 runs, as you mentioned. With 6 overs left, it is well within range.
Yes, so certainly Grenada would be eyeing up a big total of 300 runs. It's going to be pressure having to stack with well over 6 runs and over required.
See Fortune pulling up there. Fortune hitting the dead there. She pulled up just before her gather. I'm not sure exactly what's.
Sign does not look good. You see quickly that Kiana is signaling to the physio. So I think we are only in match number 1 for the teams. So one could, and by the time they get into the second and third game, what may be happening to those players, whether it's a question of fitness. It's not really hot out there. It's not humid to say, well, perhaps it's hydration they're suffering from.
It's very overcast today.
So it's very much overcast. So one would may attribute what we're seeing out there to perhaps the level of fitness of the players.
Right. It looks like a bit of cramp, and I don't think that is a good sign either, because we already had one of the players limping off with an injury. We will hope that it's just a case of the cramp. We have the physio there working with her, and they don't look too concerned. So it's safe to assume that everything should be in order. And I mean, Grenada traveling all the way to St Lucia and having 2 of their players injured in the first game is not ideal for them at the start of a competition.
She looks like she wants to continue, but you could see the uneasiness out there in the middle. She's hobbling around. And it certainly looked like a case of cramp. Just looking at her reaction there, looking to pull the toes inwards.
And a small break there in the momentum for Kiana and Zeda. So for 2, coming to the end of a 10 over spell. Only missing 2 balls, comes into Zeda. A good delivery on off some Zeda. Leans back nicely and cuts this one down to the backward point region. It's ambling down to the rope. The footman fielder almost escorted that ball to the boundary. Not much effort there.
Like I did indicate a little earlier on, it's like Zeda James is just toying with the bowling at this point in time. But really, I think Century is at her beckoning if she wants it, because I don't see her batting out there. She doesn't look trouble at all.
Yeah, she looks
just
comfortable.
have to continue concentrating hard out there, and she certainly would get through the 5-figure mark, I would predict.
Shot. Another good shot there. Exquisite touch there by Zeda James. Back-to-back 4s in that same region. Using the pace of the ball or whatever pace there is there. That means one past the footman region for yet another boundary. So Zeda James moves on to 78.
So apparently it looked like we have gotten to the cutoff point. And some 44 overs.
Unfortunate for Zeda.
Yeah, unfortunate for Zeda that she was unable to continue with her inning. So if we could look at what has happened so far, see at the cutoff stage, the Grenada team, they were only able to bowl some 44 overs. So they would St Lucia 293 for the loss of 3 wickets. So we have Zeda James and Kiana Joseph. Let's look at the scorecard very quickly. For St Lucia, you have the captain Malika Edward who opened the batting. She was caught Francois, bowled Tyson for 57. We have Nehemiah Masley. She was bowled by Fortune for 64. Zeda James not out on 78. Ashlyn Edward was LBW. Dixon for 14, and Kiana Joseph not out on 29. And extras, a healthy total of 54 extras for St Lucia. Chad, you could look at the bowling card for Grenada quickly.
And the bowling for Grenada, not much success for them today, but nonetheless we have a shining light for them. Karina Noel was able to bowl 8 overs, only conceding 50 runs, unable to get a wicket. I really believe that she deserved the wicket the way she bowled today. Aria Fortune, 10 overs, 73 runs, collecting 1 wicket. Delisha Forswa, 6 overs, 27 runs and no wickets. Taylor Dixon, 7 overs, 39 runs, getting 1 wicket. Brittany Pascal, 5 overs, 40 runs, no wickets. Devona Tyson, 5 overs for 40 runs, being able to pick up 1 wicket as well. And Jada Tyrell, 3 overs for 15 runs, unable to get a wicket. So a bit of a dismal display of bowling there and fielding by Grenada, conceding a mammoth 293 runs from the St Lucia national female team.
Yes, good effort with the part there by St Lucia, but Grenada, one would say that they fielding to a certain extent really let them down. There were a number of misfield, even when they got the ball, we did not see the effort into getting the ball into the keeper and to the bowler. And the keeper, speaking of the keeper, in particular, a number of deliveries that were angled on the leg side, she really did not collect cleanly, and even we do not see the effort in retrieving the ball to perhaps effect a run out. So all in all, they just went through the motion, and one would hope that this is just the first game of the tournament. Now that they have completed the first inning, the bowling aspect of it is behind them. They would look forward to putting on a good batting display, and one would hope that they, even if they perhaps cannot get to the 294 run mark, but they could go out there and give a good batting display and try to get as close as possible to that total of 294 runs.
Yeah, we want to see a good competitive game of cricket despite having a poor outing in the field. We want to see the Grenada team coming back and trying to overhaul that total. But as we mentioned, the momentum is with the St Lucia team, and going into the bowling innings, they would be the team on top at that point.
So at this point, we have come to the end of the first innings. We did indicate again, St Lucia 293 for the loss of 3 wickets. So at this point, we'll take a break, and we should resume in the next 35 minutes. Yes, welcome to Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the Senior Windward Island Women 50 over tournament. Now, about to witness the Grenada team replying to the St Lucia's mammoth total, which indeed they scored some 294 runs to win. That is what Grenada would require. St Lucia 293. So how do you see this one going, Dad?
Yeah, I think I'll just wait out a few overs and then give my judgment. But chasing down a mammoth total of in excess of 290. I mean, in a 50 over, that is a lot of runs.
Actually, it's 44.
44.
Grenada only bowled 44 overs by the cutoff point.
Right. Yeah. So chasing down in excess of 250 in any form of 50 over cricket, well, 44 over cricket is a mammoth total, and with the kind of bowlers that St Lucia has, I know it will be a difficult task for the Grenada team.
Well, not the best for Nerissa Crafton. First delivery. This one just angling down the leg side. So Grenada certainly now has opened the account. They are one without loss.
And we see, in contrast to the Grenada team, majority of the bowlers for St Lucia are left arm. We have the left arm pacer Nerissa Crafton, then we have Selena Ross, who's also a left arm pacer, Zeta James, left arm off spin, Malika Edwards bowls left arm off spin, and Kiana Joseph as well bowls left arm off spin. So a team filled with left arm options.
Very much so. And to me, this would be one of the rare occasions where you find so many left-arm bowlers in a team.
Right. But nonetheless, Nerissa Crafton back on the money. Good delivery outside of stump. Previous to that one, but she's angling this one on the leg side, and we have Edward behind the stumps coming across nicely to stop this one.
Second wide.
So only one legal delivery being bowled so far. Not a good start. The ideal start from the St Lucia team, but nonetheless, she still has 4 deliveries to get through. Coming back nicely, a good length on off stump, cramping the batter for space. So a good comeback there from Nerissa Crafton. Good bowling from her.
Yes, Crafton has considered 2 wides, but all in all, she has not bowled that badly, has not really served up any freebies, so to speak, to the batter.
A top shot there. Spanking this one off the back foot through the backward point region by the captain, Nisha Thomas, just leaning back and carving this one past backward point. A loose delivery there by Nerissa Crafton.
Yes, again, it looked like you just put the commentator's curse on Nerissa. Just as I said that she was up in freebies. She comes up with a long run hop out of dispatched by the Thomas through the point region for 4. So 6 without loss, 3 legal deliveries.
A good positive start there from the Grenada team. Nerissa Crafton back on a good line length, but the captain equal to the task.
Yes, good comeback there. Been struck for 4 delightful runs through the cover point region. She is backed on the money, but Thomas certainly equal to the task.
Another short delivery outside of some. This time the skipper not being able to make good contact with this one, but Zeta James comes across swiftly at backward point. And one thing to note, I believe that the St Lucia outfit in the field would be much better. There's more athleticism, more younger players in the field, so there will be that much more energy as opposed to the Grenada fielding unit.
Getting a fair bit of bounce. Again, Thomas standing tall in defense. So at the end of the first over, 6 without loss. Good enough start by Grenada.
Yeah, keeping well within the rate. The required run rate is 5.8, and they were able to score 6 runs of that first over. So a decent starter. We wait to see if they can continue along that. Cylinder. The left arm pacer, Cylinder. The youngsters from the team, only 16 years of age, opening the bowling for the St Lucia national senior women's team. Selena Ross was one of those who recently came back from the exploits in Trinidad with the Windward under 19 team. So it's good to see that she's getting the opportunity now to open the bowling for the senior national St Lucian team.
Yes, as you indicated, St Lucia with a number of young players in the mids. Certainly, one would hope that they could step up to the plate at that level. So good first delivery there by Ross, certainly to the delight of the ground staff. Certainly they are familiar with her. The Darren Sammy Cricket Ground being her training facility, her training ground. So the guys around would certainly be familiar with her and be friends with her. So they certainly are supporting her out here.
She comes in again, a good delivery on middle stump. The batter able to flick this one down to the fine leg reach, and they come through for a single. So a good start there by Selena, being able to get on the money straight away. No extra so far in the bowling spell, but I don't want to talk too soon. I guess we'll just wait and see how she goes. But so far, being able to bowl the ball nicely up to the batters.
Yes, good enough start. Ross, as you did indicate, came back from Trinidad just recently. They had a triangular series there between Trinidad, the Windward, and Barbados. But the only victory I think they got was against Barbados. So Trinidad certainly had the better of the exchange.
We see a wide delivery there down the leg side, the left-right combination. You could see it having a toll on her there, not being able to adjust to the right-handed batter coming on strike. And you know, for the left-arm seamers, the natural angle is getting that ball away from the left-hander. This one she overcompensated and angled down the leg side. She comes in again, better line and length outside of stump. The fielder comes across nicely to prevent any runs from being taken.
So immediately after conceding the wide down leg side, she's back on the money again. So we would hope that at the halfway stage she will be able to complete a good over. Just slowing this one up a bit outside the off stump as the captain reaching for this one. Thomas, the ball goes through to the keeper. Good Edwards.
A good bowling there from Selena. I mentioned a while to get the ball coming back into the right hander, but that delivery just holding that, allowing the skipper Anisha Thomas to play outside the line of a body. A good bit of fielding there by the third man fielder. You could see the energy in the field from the St Lucia team already.
Yes, certainly. Stark contrast to what we saw with the Grenada team when they were out in the field. So the end of the second over. At the end of the second over, Grenada are 8 without loss. It's the completion of the first over by Selena Ross, conceding some 2 runs. So a relatively good start to the second inning by the bowlers from St Lucia, and Ross in particular.
Yeah, good start from both bowlers, both left-arm seamers. Crafton being a little bit more expensive, but Selena being able to bring back the pressure and give a decent over there for the skipper Malaika. And that's exactly what you would expect from her fast bowlers starting the innings. Just to keep the Grenada batsmen quiet, and as you mentioned earlier, pressure does burst pipe, so hopefully they could continue to pile on that pressure and get some early wickets.
Yes, with the having to score in excess of 290 plus to win, 294 to be precise. Oh, a good piece of fielding there by St Lucia. Nisha Sherry really throwing herself and creating a very long barrier, preventing the ball from going through. And you could see the difference in the fielding with the St Lucia and between the St Lucia and the Grenada team.
Yeah, the fielders putting the body on the line. I see a wide delivery there outside of stump. Really a loose delivery from Crafton, being chased down by the fielder. They just ampling for one. The skipper Thomas was turning back for the second. The batter for Francis was just ambling and pretty content with the single.
So poor run in between the two, unlike what we saw from Malaika and Masley. It's a good aggressive run in the wicket, and the Grenada needs to pick up every available single.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier how important those singles are. It's good to hit boundaries, but rotating the strike as well is important. And despite that first boundary being hit in the first over, there's nothing really on offer for the Grenadian batters at the moment. And that is the point in the game where you need to rotate the strike and look for the gaps. But it will be difficult against a fielding unit like that of St Lucia.
Could hear the clapping out in the middle. Certainly they would be buoyed by the performance with the bat, and they would certainly want to be clinical and see if they could dismiss the Grenada team for as meager total as possible.
Right, the momentum is with the St Lucian team, so there should be that much energy in the field. They should be supporting. They see the skipper backing her bowler and supporting her with a slip. We have Kiana Joseph there at slip, just waiting for a catch. I personally would love to see a second catcher in there. I mean, we have 296 runs to play with. Trying to get the wickets, as many wickets as possible early on is the key.
Certainly, we would want to give the bowler as much support as possible. Slow in reacting to that ball played at the short backward square region, but Grenada able to scamper through for us. So with that single, the total moves on to 10. Thomas on 5 and Francis on 2.
Yeah, good quick single there. Just playing this one nicely down to the square leg region and coming through for a single. Now we have Crafton bowling to the left-handed Francis, back of a length delivery, hitting back to the backward point fielder Zeda. No runs on offer. Sorry.
So the end of another over by St Lucia, just conceding 2 runs in the over. 10 without loss after 3. So good comeback there by Nerissa Crafton, conceding 6 in the first over and 2 in the second. So after 2 overs, she has only considered 8 runs. So good, tough, tight bowling there by the St Lucia bowlers in the first 3 overs, only giving away 10 runs.
I think that the mindset of the captain and the coach would be to get this game wrapped up as quick as possible. I mean, the ladies are playing back-to-back games, so getting in and out would be the mindset to get enough rest to come back tomorrow. You see Selena Ross starting her second over, starting with a wide delivery down the leg side. Good comeback delivery there from Selena Ross. You see she's starting the over with a wide, but then coming back and getting a line and length. Full delivery there on off stump. The skipper Nisha Thomas playing a cover drive, but not being able to beat Malika Edward there at mid-off. So no runs so far, 2 dot balls in succession. Selena Ross hopeful to try to get a wicket at early break for skipper Malika.
So another single down to the long on region. So Ross certainly keeping things a bit tight. She's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but just trying to bowl wicket to wicket as much as possible.
I know she's capable of bowling much quicker than this, but so far being able to maintain a good line and length, I think that's what's most important, and you could tell that's exactly what she's working with, getting the ball consistently on a good line and length for both the left and the right handers. So far she's been bowling brilliantly.
And you could see the variation in pace. I think she has been one of those who have been in Antigua with the West Indies Rising Stars in the past. Firm hit.
A good shot there by Francis. Ampling across for one. The fielder there long on Shania Cooper coming across and preventing this run from going to the boundary. So good fielding there from the fielder there at long on Shania Cooper. Yeah, you mentioned Selena being over in Antigua. She has always been in and around that West Indies setup as one of the promising fast bowlers, left-arm fast bowlers, and you could tell that she has developed and grown over the years with that experience, and it continues to show with her exploits, I guess, with Windward's cricket, with West Indies cricket by extension, and in St Lucian cricket as well. You could see she's really showing her capabilities at the moment.
Certainly a prospect for the future, and once she continues to be in the right areas, working with the right set of coaches and continue to have a level head, we certainly can see her perhaps breaking into the senior team at some point in time.
A good bowling there by Nerissa Crafton. And she's really hitting that pitch, not giving too many full deliveries, not giving too many freebies to the opening batsman. You could tell there's some aggression in the way that she approaches the crease and aggression in the way that she delivers the ball. So that's good from the St Lucian opening bowlers.
Good full pitch delivery, and the captain really driving this one back at the bowler, but Crafton not feeling cleanly, and this resulted in a run. But all in all, I think good, impressive bowling by the 2 opening bowlers so far for St Lucia. This one shot outside the off stump, looking to punch off the back foot, getting the outer edge, and the possibility of a run out. And now the throw from Cooper was not strong enough.
Yeah, a stronger throw would have had.
A stronger throw, certainly.
Francis struggling there, and we see yet again the size of the square boundaries really playing against the young ladies. That ball, that throw in there, taking 2 to 3 bounces before the keeper.
Yes, perhaps one would reckon perhaps more than 60 meters if you look at where you have the 30-yard circle and the distance. Yes, so you're looking at possibly 70 yards thereabout.
But I still believe it's a good challenge for the young ladies, a good experience for them. It's always a learning curve, no matter what part of the game, whether it be fielding, bowling, it's always a learning curve.
Required rate is well over 6. The current rate is 3.64. A good delivery there by Crafton. As you said earlier on, Judge is very much on the money. Not giving too many freebies away. Looking to attack the stump as much as possible.
Yeah, and that's the consistency you want from your bowlers. Attacking the stump, making the opening batsman play. And that's where Grenada missed the trick. I think there were too many extras, too many freebies, too many loose deliveries for Namaya and Malika to put away. And that's where the game really changed for the batters.
Yes, certainly the St Lucia team so far look like a well-oiled machine, and they seems to be working well enough. We saw a good performance with the bat, and thus far the 5 overs we have seen so far with the bowlers, it has been disciplined enough. Just considering 17 runs,
only 4 extras,
and in the process only 4 extras. Remember, Grenada considered somewhat 54 extras in 44 overs. So certainly St Lucia look like they are up
for the task,
the challenge. They've done well with the battle already. Now it's Denton with the ball, and certainly the opening bowlers Ross and Crafton are responding admirably. Look like the umpire fell asleep at the wheel, and one would see he had the ball and has not released the ball to the bowler. Short delivery outside the off stump. Captain Anisha Thomas standing tall, just guiding this one down through the gully region. No run resulting.
Yeah, you could see the uniformity in the field there. Between overs, you could see the St Lucia team running through to their positions, and in between balls, you could hear the support from the fielders, and that's exactly what you want from a fielding unit. A good delivery, a good full swinging delivery there from Miss Ross, and the skipper Anisha Thomas flicking this one to the leg side, but the fielder swiftly getting across and preventing any runs from being taken.
Yes, clearly you could see the body language out in the middle with the St Lucia team. They are encouraging each other, and they're quick to the ball. You look at the throws coming into the keeper, it's very firm. So certainly they look a good unit so far, and if they can improve on such performances, we could only see them growing from strength to strength. So in the tournament, you know, there should be a really
You see a quick single being taken there by skipper Thomas. The fielder there, square leg, slipping a bit, not being able to get in quick enough to prevent that run from being taken.
Like Naima
Masle.
54. But perhaps would it be in Sunday, one would have expected we would have seen a few more spectators there. But I must say it's disappointing what we can see.
Well, I mean, it is the Easter weekend. People usually spend these times with their family, especially on Sundays. Usually don't get much time with the work and all this kind of other occurrences. You don't get much time with family, so we usually take Easter as a family day.
Yes, I could understand that from the public point of view, but what about the players who are here? Couldn't their families, if you're two family member, three family member come out and support?
Right.
You would have had perhaps close to 40, 50 people there cheering the young ladies.
Right.
Oh, and chance for run out. Oh, and she misses. This one was a suicidal run. The captain not interested, non-existent run, but Ross really took aim at the stump, and chance gonna be again.
A good try from the fast bowler. They're being able to after
collect and turn.
Right.
So we see the encouragement there for Selena Ross. Again, full delivery. Thomas looking to drive this one. So the end of another good over from Ross, only conceding 2 runs from the over. So after 6, the Grenada team, they are 9 without loss, with Thomas on 8 and Francis on 7.
Grenada at the moment really below par, only striking at 3.17 in response to St Lucia's 293, requiring a strike rate of 6.25. I mean, it's still early in this innings, but I mean, you wanted to get a good start, get as far ahead of the ball as possible. But so far, the St Lucian bowlers have really been restrictive and not allowing any free deliveries or free runs to be taken.
The 4th over for really, she has bowled some 3.1 maiden, 11 runs. Yeah, so our trusted statistician, Mr. Roland Cox, has just given us some information. And this one, pitch up delivery. Look to hit this one over the long off region. It didn't go all the way, but they were able to scamper for 2 easy runs. So a little aggression shown out in the middle. Francis looking to hit the fast bowler Crafton back over her head.
Yeah, you could see Francis really trying to put the pressure back onto Crafton, but Crafton up to the task. So you see some miscommunication.
And it's a run
and it's
out.
A run out. She did not pick up the ball cleanly.
Oh, comedy of errors. What really happened?
An opportunity created there.
Yes, the ball was sent back to the bowler, and in this stump, looked like the ball perhaps came off her hands. So Grenada been given a life. What should have been a relatively easy run out. She really made a hash out of it. But this is the nature of cricket sometimes.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. But opportunity is still gonna beg in. But nonetheless, good feeling there by Naisha Cherry at backward point, being able to get to that delivery swiftly and preventing any runs from being taken.
Yes, certainly you would see the St Lucia team really buoyed out in the field. Just this last delivery there, you see 2 fielders converging on the ball, so that's sharp contrast we saw from Grenada. So far we haven't seen any of the fielders fumble any of the balls.
Good comeback from Nerissa in contrast to her first over, which went for 6 runs. After that, she's really brought back the run scoring and only conceding 13 runs so far into her 4th over. So a good bit of bowling there, a good spell of bowling from the 2 left-arm pacers.
Yeah, certainly they have bowled well within themselves. They have looked to attack the stump as much as possible. And Crafton in particular has been hitting a sort of a hard length. Most of the time having the batters playing on the back foot. Not short enough to cut and pull, but not the sort of length that you could drive on the front foot.
Yeah,
she has been doing an admirable job.
Right, she's really restricting any arms from being used and getting the arms through the ball. So cramping the batswomen for space.
Yeah, certainly good bowling there by Nerissa Crafton. As you did indicate, in the very first over, she considered a boundary, and since then, she has come back very well, and she has been ably supported by Selena Ross at the other end, bowling some 3 overs and have only considered 8 runs.
See the skipper taking a little break, requesting something from the dugout. A slight pause in play, maybe requesting a change of gear. We could see that the 12th, the substitute, just running into the dressing room quickly.
Looks like maybe a rag or something. A bit of sweat getting into the eyes. So the condition of play towards the afternoon, we see the sun is shining in all its glory. Unlike when Grenada were in the field, it was pretty much overcast. So as I indicate, yes, you could see she's basically mopping the brow there. A bit of sweat was getting into the eye. A bit of heat under that helmet, Jad.
Yeah, I believe Grenada had the better fielding conditions. It wasn't too sunny, just overcast, cool conditions for fielding, but nonetheless, we're not able to be too successful with the ball. Selena Ross continues to skipper Thomas, a wide delivery down the leg side. A slight break in play there might just affected her concentration. Selena pushing this one down the leg side.
Poor run in there with the ball struck down to the long off region. The fielder having come across from long on, and Thomas and Francis really just ambling a single, what should have definitely been 2 runs.
You could tell that they just content with getting through for the single and trying to dispatch bad balls for boundaries. So complete contrast to the approach from St Lucia, but I guess what's working for them. See a full delivery outside of stump. Francis leans back and spanks this one through the offside. This time it should be a comfortable 2. Naisha Cherry there giving chase and retrieving this ball just before the boundary, giving a good throw back and restricting the runs to only 2.
So again, good bit of fielding there. See both James and Cherry chasing the ball all the way. And Cherry getting the ball and strong throw back, one bounce to the bowler Selena Ross. Changing the field. They gotten rid of the slip fielder, Kiana Joseph. She's now posted at the extra cover region.
Straight mid-off, almost behind the bowlers. The ploy almost working, but just falling wide of the mid-off fielder.
That would be a stroke of genius. One would have said had that ball gone straight to the fielder.
But you could say that if she was in a conventional position, then it would have gone straight into.
Yeah, most likely. But then again, the batsman would say they're going to play a different shot. So all in all, good cricket. Good thinking on the part of the captain, Malaika Edwards. Pretty much prepared to ring in the change. Captain's Thomas has faced some 24 deliveries. This one, good ball there by Ross.
And so far, the opening spell has been very economical. 26 runs after 5. This is the 8th over in progress. So it has been brilliant bowling so far from the two left-arm pacers. We have Nisha Thomas currently facing 9 runs from 25 balls. You see leaning into this full delivery from Selena Ross, playing exquisite cover drive. We have Naisha Cherry. Very active today. Naisha Cherry chasing this one now and restricting them to only 2 runs. So a good shot there from the skipper, dispatching that full delivery from Selena Ross. So far, Selena has been able to keep these two batsmen quiet, consistently on a good line and length outside or on middle stump. But that delivery, she was just overcompensating and bringing it up too much, allowing the skipper, Nisha Thomas, to play an exquisite cover drive. Now she's at the top of her mark, getting ready to come in again to the skipper. A wide delivery down the leg side. A poor delivery from Selena. And so far, Selena has conceded 4 wides. Almost a slower ball bowled by Selena. We have Marsley giving chase, stopping this one just inside the boundary. You see the skipper Thomas wanting a 3rd run, but Francis pretty content with just getting the 2.
I think Francis really has run out of gas, it looked like, out in the middle. She's really limping around, not interested in the food run at all. But Francis has to be aware that they're not chasing 120 runs.
Right.
You need 294 runs for victory. So every available run.
With the reduced overs as well.
Yeah, and she has to get that in 44 overs. Certainly every run that is available, every run that is on offer needs to be taken. So Crafton is into her 5th over. I knew in the past Crafton used to suffer from some shin splint. Right. I don't know whether she has gotten over this situation in the past. This has really kept her out of perhaps even the Windward team.
Right, and I think that injury is one that is not often taken into consideration in terms of the severity of that injury. I mean, shin splints for a fast bowler can be very uncomfortable there. Fast bowlers need to be able to sprint in and give 100% effort, and with any form of discomfort down there, that's a bit of a concern. I know Miss Ross as well used to suffer from shin splints as well. I'm not sure if it was as bad as the research zone. But yeah, that is a recurring injury for her as well.
Certainly, this has been one of the injuries that has really dogged her in the past, and one would hope that she has gotten over that and she is fit enough to complete the entire tournament. I remember in 2019 when the tournament was held down here, that was one of the issues that flared up whilst she was playing the tournament. Short ball. Strong through there by Zeta James. Just on the 50-yard circle to Ashley Edward.
And prior to that delivery, we saw a change in the field. Long on came into mid-on position, and Zeta James was just hanging just about outside of the 50-yard circle. Francis had played a few shots aerially in that position, so the skipper maybe just trying to set up that fielder just hanging outside the circle at backward point.
So we could see the really getting players into position that she would have wanted. So Crafton again continuing to keep things tight. She's into her 5th over. And I've only considered some 16 runs.
Yeah, I think Crafton is into a good spell of bowling. I believe that might just be a 5 over spell. It's interesting to see who would take over from her at the pavilion end, but a good bit of feeling there by the skipper there on the 30-yard circle. Yeah, it would be interesting to see who would take over from either of these fast bowlers' ends, because I assume that they would just be given 5 overs, 5 over spell at the start of the innings.
Yes, they do not want to overwork your bowler with the sort of total that Grenada has to chase. You could afford to use, all the bowlers that are at your disposal, rotate the bowlers around, because this is just the first over, and perhaps a bit of fatigue is starting to set in. This last delivery just angled down the leg side, and you could see the approach towards the wicket is not the same as what it was perhaps 2 overs ago. So certainly fatigue seems to be setting in a bit. A 5 over spell with the sun out can take its toll on the body, certainly.
Yeah, and it's difficult for fast bowlers. Fast bowling is one of those specialities that are often underrated. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of power to run in for 5 overs and give as much effort as you can. So, and yeah, it's a lot of hard work, and I believe that they should be looked after. Most fast bowlers should be looked after. Well, if not all fast bowlers should be looked after, given the fact that there are other games to be played.
Yes, you certainly need to manage the workload. And from what we saw from Grenada when we had the likes of Karina Noel and Fortune, they were bowling in short spells. So the end of the 9th over. After 9, Grenada, they are 36 without loss. So with the captain Thomas on 14 and Francis on 15. The current rates 4 and the required weight 6.29. So Grenada really looking at an uphill task there to get 294 runs for victory in 44 overs.
Yeah, that would be a daunting task. We see a short break in play there. The skipper Malaka was coming up to the umpire Leo Amede making a request. I believe it might be for for fast bowler's comfort.
There's a lull in play at this point. We're not quite sure what's the reason. As you did indicate, we could see the captain and the umpire Leo in conversation, and now we see the square leg umpire Darius is now joining the presiding umpire Leo. So really, from the distance we are, it's sort of difficult to tell what exactly going on out in the middle, but certainly we saw a discussion between the umpire and the captain. So we're about to resume Ross. This one is into the pads. You could hear the inside edge, that distance.
You see a good bit of feeling there from the bowler. I've been able to chase this one now and give a good throw over the bails.
Yes, certainly there's a big contrast in the fielding of the St Lucia team and the Grenada team. You could see the bowlers in their follow through, the sort of enthusiasm, getting to the ball and throwing a good hard throw into the keeper. We saw one earlier on from Sylvia James just outside the edge of the 40-yard circle, and she really threw this ball hard to the keeper, Ashlyn Edward. It's a slower delivery. Certainly using the variation in pace.
Yeah, and we have Ross into a fifth over, only conceding 19 runs so far. So you could say the skipper should be content with the opening spell so far from both our left-hand pacers. You see a quick single taken to the captain at mid-on. Not the best bit of feeling there. The skipper not showing too much intensity there and allowing them to get through for a single. Nonetheless, a good opening spell so far from the two left-hand pacers.
The captain Malika Edward and coach Walter Emmanuel would be pleased with the efforts of the two opening bowlers so far. They've only conceded one boundary, and they both bowling with economic rate of less than 5. Cotton ball chance, and Ross is celebrating. Very soft dismissal there by Captain Anisha Thomas, looking to turn this one into the leg side and getting a thick outer edge, and the ball just lobbing to the bowler Selena Ross beautifully in her follow through. So St Lucia has gotten their first breakthrough. Grenada 38 for 1.
Yeah, coming to the end of her first spell there, Selena Ross bowling a good delivery on middle stump and being able to do the work of her own bowling. That's exactly the breakthrough that the skipper would have wanted from her fast bowlers, and that's exactly what was done.
Yes, certainly skipper Malika Edward would be pleased with the efforts of her two opening bowlers, and one could say for Ross, this is the icing on the cake, having bowled very economically, bowling some 4.3 overs so far and conceding 20 runs, but most importantly, she has picked up the wicket of the captain Anisha Thomas.
Yeah, exactly the start that was required. 48 for 1 within 10 overs. The skipper Malika Edward would be pretty satisfied with that, with the bowling of Kiana Joseph Zeta James, the spinners to come as well. That as well, the attacking bowlers.
So the new batter, Dixon. Taylor Dixon. So Ross certainly will be buoyed with her success. And this one outside the off stump. Really pushing gingerly at this one. The ball through to the keeper, Ashlyn Edwards. So certainly you could hear the St Lucian team out there, very buoyed with the first wicket, that of the captain Anisha Thomas. The end of Ross over, the end of her 5th over after 5 overs. She has conceded 20 runs and has picked up 1 wicket. So Grenada at the end of 10, 38 for 1. And it looks like Narissa is going to continue the bowling. I must say it's perhaps a little surprising that she's been given 6 overs on the trot, Jan.
Yeah, you could see her just casually on the boundary. I don't think she was aware that she was going to bowl a 6 over because she was just idling back to the mark. But I guess the skipper Malika Edwards really wants a breakthrough from her, and being one of the attacking bowlers, she's continuing her spell.
But as I did indicate a little early on, you have to manage your fast bowlers' workload, and this is only the first game in the tournament, knowing fully well that she's one of your key bowlers, and she also susceptible to that injury, that shin splint. So you have to protect her as much as possible. And the Grenada, they are way below the required rate.
Okay, when she come back, we'll organize that.
And they are not looking at a total of perhaps less than 150 runs or less than 200 runs, where you say, well, the only way to win this game is to bowl them out. I mean, a total of 294 runs to get in 44 overs is going to take some getting. And already they are way behind the required run rate. So, like they say, hindsight is 20/20. So let's wait and see what the outcome. One would hope that it will be a positive outcome.
Yeah, but Crafton continuing from the pavilion end. She comes in. Short delivery on the body of Francis. Almost taking evasive action. Going down to the fine leg region.
It looked like the ball came off the gloves.
We
have not seen any
signal from Darius.
Yeah. So perhaps a good effort there by the keeper, Ashlyn. Perhaps rolling back the years, another 5 years ago, perhaps Ashlyn may have gotten it.
Diving effort there down the leg side.
Yes, it required a big effort there. But then again, Ashlyn might just say this one, the game might just be in the bag, although it's just 10 overs, so there's no need to risk an injury, throwing herself around.
And Crafton just missing a run up there. Maybe a bit of fatigue.
I would want to think so. 5 overs on the trot into a 6th over certainly can take its toll. First sign of a misfield there by St Lucia. And a wild throw. Fortunate enough that the throw has been backed up.
Yeah, the first blemish in the field for the St Lucia team. I shouldn't think it's much of a concern for them. I mean, nobody is perfect, so. See Crafton at the top of her mark again, coming into Francis. She misses her run up again. Throughout the day, there's been a bit of inconsistency in the run up for most fast bowlers at that end. There might be something with regards to the pitch. The pitch usually is more elevated here at the Darren Sammy.
But not only that, you were running against the breeze as well.
Right.
Certainly, Jad, if we look at Crafton's approach to the crease, she's not running it as hard as possible as she was quite a few overs ago. So certainly, giving us 6 overs on the trot has certainly taken its toll on her.
Yeah, and after that spell, I think she would enjoy a chance being created. Just a few yards short. We have Cedar James scrambling there to her right to try to make that catch possible. Another opportunity being created in that backward point area from Francis.
Yeah, certainly Francis has presented a few opportunities in that region, and I think Captain Edwards should be aware of that. By now, one should have a fielder posted there at all times.
But I think Crafton at the end of that spell would just enjoy a little breakdown at finding. she would enjoy that after not a successful spell because she wasn't able to get a wicket, but an economical spell.
Yes, certainly some 6 overs and only conceding 21 run. And it must be noted that in her very first over she considered a boundary. And since then she has bowled admirably with an economy rate of 3.5. So we see Ross also is continuing from the media center end. She's into her 6th over as well. So I must say it's perhaps a little surprising that with the state of the game that Captain Malika Edward has chosen to bowl both of her opening bowlers in a 6 over spell. It looks like Masley, Naima Masley. So just when we were admonishing the captain for bowling Selena Ross her 6th over on the trot, she was able to get the outer edge of Francis.
Opportunity in that area.
The area I did tell you that Captain Edwards should always have a player posted. Ball went straight to Masley and took a relatively straightforward catch to St Lucia, making further inroads into the batting of Grenada. Grenada losing the 2nd wicket with the score on 41. So 2 for 41.
Not the ideal stat Coach Murray would have wanted. Chasing down a daunting total of 294, being 41 for 2 with both senior players, Francis and the skipper Thomas, being dismissed in quick succession, and Selena Ross there doing the trick for a skipper. The captain could say a masterful stroke by her to keep on for 6 overs, but
most certainly. Really cannot fault at this point in time. But in the 6th over, she has taken a 2nd wicket and seen the dismissal of both openers. But then again, when you are taking wickets as a bowler, I don't think you get tired. It's just like a batsman scoring runs. You don't want to get off the pitch at all. So the wicket keeper, Cassie Williams, a wide ball down the leg side.
Skipper Cassie Williams not having such a good day behind the stumps.
Yes, she certainly had a horrible day with the gloves.
Right.
Certainly, one would hope that she would make amends with the bat.
We see Selena just losing the radar there a little bit. 2 deliveries angled down the leg side, taking the tally of extras to 9. Nonetheless, still in a good position, 43 for 2, well within the 15 over mark. Selena Ross in a 5th over, in a 6th over, having taken that wicket of the first ball, comes into the keeper, Cassie Williams. A good delivery outside of stump. Cassie offering a flashy backward cut there but unable to make contact.
Well, Cassie certainly showing a bit of aggression. Certainly not the sort of quiet player we saw behind the stump. She has played a few big expansive drive, and this one just going past the outside edge, looking to drive this one very casually into the cover region. And the very alert Ashlyn Edwards collecting the ball and having a throw at the stumps. But Cassie Williams maintained her ground, and umpire Darius has indicated that she was safe. Good probing line outside the off stump. Selena Ross, after bowling two wayward deliveries down the leg side, has really come back right on the money, and you could see the young lady all in smiles, and they seem to be enjoying themselves out in the middle.
She initially thought it was over. She was already walking back to her mark at mid-off. But still 2 deliveries left in the over. And good comeback there after these 2 wides. She runs in again, a good delivery outside of stump. Cassie this time being able to make contact but not being able to get any runs off that shot.
It's a good effort indeed there by the 2 opening bowlers, conceding just 1 boundary so far in 11.5 overs. Another good delivery outside the off stump. Cassie looking to drive through the covers. Well, actually rehearsing what should have been done. But this 12 over is done and dusted. Grenada 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. Dixon on 1 and Williams on not. So we see a change at the top, at the players pavilion end. Roylin Cooper is coming in to replace Narissa Crafton.
Yeah, another experienced campaigner around the St Lucia national setup, Roylin Cooper. She, along with Ashlyn, Malaika, and Swilling, has always been key contenders and reputable players within the St Lucian setup. After that spell of fast bowling there from Nerissa Crafton, Cooper would want to come and continue to perform the good work that Nerissa has started. The skipper herself would expect that Cooper could be on the money straight away and get a wicket for earlier. Bowl him.
Well, as you did indicate, you wanted to be on the money and wicket straight away. So looked like you had a good look at your crystal ball, Jan. This is exactly what happened. Very first delivery, angling down the leg side, the batter Dixon perhaps went too far across the line, exposing the leg stump, and she was comprehensively bowled down the leg side. So not the sort of start that Grenada would have wanted, but the ideal start what the captain Malaika Edward would have wanted from her senior player Roylin Cooper.
Yeah, a perfect start there from Cooper. Not her best delivery, but terrible batting there from Dixon, moving too far across that delivery, pitching outside leg stump, and still being able to clip the top of leg stump. But 68. And nonetheless,
So Karina Noel comes in to replace Taylor Dixon.
Karina Noel was one of those few bowlers who will stand out for Grenada in the bowling innings. She comes in to bat at 5.
Certainly, Noel did very well with the with the ball, and now he's hurting at the crease with the bat. So Grenada charging a spot of border. 6:43 for the loss of 3 wickets in over number 14.
Yeah, chasing down that mammoth total of 294. That's not the position that they would have liked to be in. With 3 wickets back in the shed, that of the skipper Thomas, Francis Dixon, and
a wide delivery there by Cooper. New batter at the crease, you really wanted to play. This one again down the leg side. Appeal there by the team St Lucia.
but not signaled wide by the umpire.
So one thing that perhaps came off.
The pad.
The pad. Cooper really, one would say, a bit erratic, despite the fact that she took a wicket of her very first delivery. But we've seen the second delivery angle outside the off stump, and the 2 other deliveries to follow with down the leg side. So she really have not been bowling a consistent line and length.
I could see she's getting some lateral movement into the left-handed batters. She's not express pace coming in for a short runner, but I would like to see more consistency in her line and length. So far, she has been able to pick up a wicket, a few wides in between, but that delivery there was a good comeback ball.
So look at the backward point, resulting no run. Required with 3.55. The current rate, sorry, 3.55. And this one is hits hard, pass back the bowler down to the mountain for 4.
A chance, a difficult chance there. That one was hit in the air. You see Cooper getting a hand to it, but that one was hit ferociously by number 68. Miss Noel. She really put her back into that one, getting the second boundary after 12 overs.
It's going nowhere and just flash up this one outside the awesome, but a good end to the over by Cooper. First over, considering some 6 runs, but most importantly, she picked up the wicket.
And with that over being bowled, we see fielders, batsmen, and umpires going off for what would we assume a water break.
I think it will be very much a good welcome break, especially Selena Ross and Narissa Crafton. They bowled 6 overs in the trot. This would be a welcome break to get a bit of refreshment.
Right. And that would be a good time for the batters to try to recollect themselves, get their thoughts together, maybe have a word with one another. I don't see the coach, Murray, out there. But I mean, batsmen know what is required of them, and it's just to keep a cool head and take this game as deep as possible.
Well, one would think that with the fielder coming out in the middle to bring the refreshment, that a word of advice would have been passed on from the coach and management. So certainly the St Lucia team, one would say, would have the upper hand at this point. They are certainly in the driver's seat, knowing that they have posted a good total of 293 of 44 overs. We saw the captain Malaika. Edward getting a half century. Masley getting a half century. And Zida James also getting a half century. So certainly good, commendable batting by the St Lucia team. And in response, Grenada 49 for free. But after 13 overs, and the current rate just 3.77, and the required rate 6.62. So certainly they are up against it, Jack.
Yeah. Certainly that the 3.77 is below par. If they are to get anywhere close to that, there needs to be some form of impetus, some more, I guess, singles, more twos, some boundaries in between those singles. But so far, it's only been 2 boundaries hit in this innings, and these have come like 12 overs apart. And that's not substantial when chasing down 295.
Yeah, one thing one could say if you were to look back at the St Lucia inning, we saw a number of singles were run. As much as we would say some of them were suicidal, but there were a number of singles that were run. They really put the Grenada fielders under pressure. The number of balls that were hit straight to the fielders, and immediately the batters took off. And in doing so, they were under pressure and they fumbled.
Yeah,
but we're not seeing the sort of urgency that is required in getting to that total of 293. It's almost as if Grenada have resigned that, hey, this is the big total, we may not get to it, but we just looking to, it's almost a taking batting practice. Let's see as many overs as possible we can bat it, or if we can bat out those 44 overs. But you're not seeing the sort of urgency. It's not the big shot really that is required, but you need to be rotating strike, looking for the ones and twos and taking up whatever runs that are available, and we're not seeing that happening.
Yeah, and turning ones into twos. That was at the pinnacle of St Lucia's batting innings, taking on the arm of the fielders on the boundary. And we see Selena going into her 7th over, 7th over on the trot.
Like I said, I just hope that the captain is aware this is just the first game, and really look to manage your fast bowlers' workload. Yes, the Ross has picked up 2 wickets so far, but if you look at the position of the match at this point in time, it's not a question where Grenada they're running away with the game and you need your front bowlers to look to come and keep things tight or to pick up wicket for you. They are very much in the driver's seat, so you need to manage your workload.
Right. It might be very difficult to get the ball out of our hands. I mean, when you're bowling well, you want to continue bowling. We see an opportunity being created, but Noel was quickly at the non-striker's end. And I mean, Selena is bowling brilliantly at the moment, and it might be difficult to get the ball out of her hands, but sometimes you have to do what's best for the bowlers and protect them when they don't want to protect themselves. I mean, when you're doing well, you want to continue bowling. When you're batting, you want to continue scoring runs. And as a skipper, you need to allow her to understand that there's other opportunities, there's other games, and the workload all cannot be put forward in one game.
Certainly, this is my one area of concern so far. It's not that usual. You see a lady being given an opportunity to bowl 7 overs on a trot. Because like you said, once you are taking wickets, you always believe that you could continue bowling as long as possible. But you have to take into consideration tomorrow you have a second game. There's not much time you would have to recover between today and tomorrow to play. To bowl 7 overs on the trot may very well take its toll.
We see an opportunity there. Good fielding there from Shania Cooper on the boundary. She's been patrolling that long on and long off area very well so far, and almost creating an opportunity there, running on number 67. That looks like the keeper, Cassie Williams.
That's good work done there by Cooper on the boundary. So the Grenada team, they have brought up the 50. Good smart cricket, not only the big shots.
Yeah, and that's exactly what is required at the moment.
Yeah, being able to rotate the strike when the balls are not there to be put away. It's important that they are dropped into the vacant areas and pick up whatever singles, whatever runs that are available.
Good bowling there from Selena Ross. Not looking for too much express pace there, just looking to get the ball on a good line and length. And a spell of 7 overs so far, she's only conceded 26 runs, picking up the 2 wickets with an economy of 3.71. So brilliant bowling there from the young bowler.
Yes, good stuff indeed there by Selena Ross, picking up the 2 wickets so far in the 3 that has fallen, and really keeping things under control. Economy rate likely did make it less than 4 and over, so I don't think you could ask for too much more from the young lady. So St Lucia continuing to keep things tight. Some 14 overs bowled so far.
Hey.
And wayward delivery by Roylin Cooper down the leg side, and there's a possibility.
Yeah, the wicket keeper
Ashlyn Edwards.
Ashlyn Edward making a valiant effort there, just keeping across and then putting in that big dive, but unable to gather this one cleanly. She prevented a certain boundary there, but the batsmen were able to come through for 2 wides. 3 wides, sorry.
So Roylin Cooper really, this one perhaps pitching outside the leg stump. The batter looking to play across the line.
Yeah, so far today the officiating has been relatively decent. Umpire Leo, Amede and Darius has been doing a very good job standing. I think we have umpire Cuff, but as well as a third umpire. So far has been a good day out in the office for everybody.
Yes, I think with the exception of just one blemish we may have spotted, I think they have done a fairly good job. So kudos to the 2 umpires out in the middle so far. Cooper again down the leg side, certainly.
Yeah, she's struggling with the swing there. You could see that ball moving big laterally in the air, and the breeze moving across the ground, assisting her. She's changing to around the wicket now. Hopefully that could assist her in getting a good line and length.
Some between the fielder and the square umpire Leo. So 2 runs on offer. Moved on to 60 for the loss of 3 wickets. Noel on 3 and Williams on 1. Partnership of just 17 runs in the making. Struck this one back past the bowler.
Noel has been strong hitting the ball down the ground. As long as it's in a half, she's not afraid to throw the kitchen sink at it. And I think that's important in going about this game, being able to just back yourself and play through the line.
Chance for a run out. Good work done there by Selena Ross. The mid-wicket region moving to her right. And throwing this one back to the keeper, Ashlyn. This one down the leg side. Wire Darius signals wide. Again, to struggle.
Yeah, despite getting that wicket of her first ball, she's been very expensive at an economy of 9 runs and over, conceding 15 runs in just 1.4 overs. So Cooper really losing the plot there a little bit. The tally of extras has gone up to 17.
Cooper has considered some 6 wide in just 1.4 deliveries he has bowled. So far, and from 6 wide, so certainly he has lost the plot a bit. So into the over, last 2 deliveries able to come back. So after 15, Grenada 62 for free.
Yes, a run rate of just 4.13. Easy going so far for both the batting and the fielding team, because the runs are coming relatively easily, but not as quickly as they would have needed. We see a change of bowling there from the media center, and it looks like Naisha Cherry. So finally a change, some spin being introduced to the attacker. Naisha Cherry, off spinner. Usually trains up here at Grizzly. You can tell that she's a very good bowler.
Who's that? Cherry?
Yeah. Bowls at a good pace. Usually varies her pace nicely. I think she should pose a good challenge on this Bosseshu wicket to the left-handed batters out there.
As the gate spin has been introduced. Cherry replaces Selena Ross. We roll into Noel. That's Karina Noel. For white was the best of start for Cherry.
Yeah, a wayward start there from Cherry. You could see that ball drifting in the air, the breeze going from east to west. They're just carrying that ball outside the tram lines. Not the best of starts there for Cherry, but hopefully she could come back nicely. This one going the other way. This time a wide down the leg side, both the mid-on and the mid-off field. The third man and the fine leg fielders giving chase. Holding this one just before the rope, preventing it from going into the boundary for 4.
So Cherry really has not been on the money, as we would say. First delivery.
Yes.
Wide outside your stump. Second delivery angling down the leg side.
Yeah, good comeback there from Cherry, getting this one on the line of off stump. Another wide there from Cherry. A good take by keeper Ashley Edwards, coming across nicely down the leg side to prevent any bias from being taken. But Naisha really losing the plot there, not following up the good work started by Selena. It might be way too early in a spell to dictate any terms, but so far she has been. You see a chance almost being created there for run out. Both batsmen, a bit of confusion there, but good feeling by Selena Ross, getting a strong throw into the bowler there, and only restricted them to 1 run.
Well, Noel wanted a second, but Williams was not interested. This one hitting the pad, but clearly angling down the leg side, as indicated by umpire Leo. Make room to cut this one. It's going to go close to the boundaries. The regime going to cut this one. No, it looks like the foot boundary of the inning.
Yeah, a valiant effort there by Zeta James. You could see her running that ball down until the last second, but not being able to pull that one in. Edge there, you could say, if there was a slip, it would have been a chance created by Naisha Cherry, but no slip being implemented by the skipper, and this one going down to the footman boundary for 4. And as you mentioned, just the foot boundary in as many as 16 overs being bowled.
So this is a good indication that the bowlers have really not been serving too many freebies. At the end of the first over by Naisha Sherry, conceding some 9 runs. 9 runs been considered by Cherry in the first over. So at the end of 16 overs, Grenada, they are 71 for the loss of 3 wickets.
It looks like there will be a change of bowling from the pavilion, and Kiana Joseph, the left-arm off-spinner, will be taking over for Roylin Cooper. So the skipper turned into one of her premier bowlers here, looking to get a wicket, with almost a small partnership starting to form between Williams and Noel. The skipper turned into one of her better bowlers, looking to get that breakthrough.
Well, certainly, Roylin, in the 2 overs that she's bowled, she considered some 15 runs, but more so her control out there. She really wasn't on the money, as we would say. First ball there.
You see a chance created there straight away by Kiana, but the big boundaries there, the big square boundaries almost going against the St Lucian team there. Roylin Cooper having to sprint a couple yards in. And I believe that the skipper should be marshalling those troops on the boundary to at least get in 10, maybe 5-10 yards, because I don't think, I haven't seen a 6 being hit for the day, and I don't think I will see a 6 being hit on those square boundaries. They are very, very, very big.
Yes, good point there, Jed. The 2 fielders, they are actually on the boundary rope. And as you did indicate, those boundaries certainly look, they're about 70, 80 yards thereabout. Perhaps an opportunity of us to get 2, but we saw Noel hitting the deck and certainly prevented her from even thinking of coming back for a second.
And that has been a feature of the day. As I mentioned earlier, the boss issue wicket is often a tough one. Spikes don't usually grip there properly, and you slide if you don't land the right way. We see a wide there by Kiana. So far, a good start by her, only considering the 4 runs in 4 balls. Another chance being created there at long on, falling just short of the long on fielder as she comes across and prevents any more runs from being taken. So 2 chances there created by Kiana Joseph. We see the spin coming into play there, and a couple of chances being created. Naisha Cherry in a first over was able to get the edge. And then 2 chances they created by Kiana.
Yes, certainly, as you indicate, perhaps 3 chances already and 2 in this over by Kiana. Again, with the sort of wide boundaries, as you did indicate. Perhaps if the fielders were 15, 20 yards off the rope, those chances would have easily come to hand. So this is something even the captain herself is out on the boundary that she perhaps should be mindful of and to see to it that they could fill at least 15-20 yards off the circle. In that way, once the opportunity presents itself, it would be easier for them to get hold of it.
When Naisha Cherry continuing into a second over, she's coming in to Noel. Another wayward delivery down the leg side. The keeper coming across but unable to make a clean stop. It's teasing the boundary. We see almost a slide there by the fielder. It looks like Destiny Edward, but unable to hold this one in before crossing the rope.
Yes, Cherry on this occasion just firing this one down the leg side, and the wicketkeeper Edward unable to stop this one, and it made its way all the way down to the boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary nevertheless for Grenada. They move on to 82 for the loss of 3 wickets.
But Cherry still struggling. A full delivery there. Umpire Leo giving this one out before the appeal was made. He was very confident that was very plumb. But Cherry getting this one on target. You see oftentimes bowlers who bowl wayward wise always give you one good delivery, and that's the one that gets the wicket, and that's exactly what Cherry did there.
Yeah, on this occasion, Leo playing across the line and completely missed one. In the opinion of Leo, would have definitely gone on to hit the stump, and she was a judge, LBW. So Karina Leo going LBW of Cherry for 16. So 82 for the loss of 4 wickets. So Grenada, just when they were looking to build a good partnership, they see the dismissal of Karina Leo.
Yeah, and not an ideal position for Grenada, chasing down 294. Despite having a relatively good start with the skipper Thomas and Francis opening the batting, getting a few boundaries, losing 4 wickets in quick succession within the 20 over mark. Not ideal for the Grenada team. We see Cherry there getting that ball to drift in the air. She's literally drifting it both ways. Maybe that's the reason she's unable to control it, and she's getting those wides down the leg side.
So we see Brittany Pascal, number 74. So Cherry continues from the northern end. This one is stopped just outside the off stump. Pascal looking to go across the line. This one wide outside the off stump. Inconsistency continues there by Cherry.
Another wide delivery there by Cherry. She's really losing the plot right now. I think at this point the skipper should come up to her, or one of the senior players need to come up to her to motivate her and give her some ideas as to how to counteract. Drop chance there.
Drop chance there by.
Well, it looked like it hit a 5. Yeah, an inside edge onto the wicket keeper's 5 there. Tough chance.
Never one of those easy ones to hold on to. Could tell you that as a wicket keeper.
Right.
The inside edge tends to go down very quickly onto the pads. No ball called there by Leo.
So Naisha really struggling to get a consistent line and length. She has created 2 chances though, but 3 chances I may say, but she's really struggling with a line and length right now. And no ball being signaled and a free hit there. So Pascal has a free hit on.
Pascal really would have done better with that free hit.
Yeah, I mean, you'd always want to at least get a run off a free hit, but she see another opportunity there for a run out. A wayward throw there.
Like
still.
Despite the fact it was not close to the stump.
Still.
Good work done there.
From Naisha Cherry.
By Naisha Cherry. Maintained her composure, collected the ball, and effected the run out. So Pascal, number 74, Brittany Pascal, run out without troubling the scorer.
And when we spoke about the contrast in fielding, and we finally see a run out being effected today.
Yes, certainly good shot through there. And you could see the St Lucia fielders really get into the field, the ball very quickly and releasing it as well, which is very important. So St Lucia has made some further inroads, and we see the batter, Teresa Thomas, has come in to replace Brittany Pascal.
5 wickets down already.
5 wickets down now, right? Judd, St Lucia,
85 for 5.
One would say. Grenada certainly in a bigger spot of border. They certainly need someone to put up their hands and play a blinder if they are to get anywhere close to the score of 294.
Yeah, and St Lucia, I would hope the skipper would hope to get this wrapped up very quickly.
Yes, certainly, considering tomorrow is another game. You want to get back to your place of rest as quickly as possible. So it looks like the end of a very successful over there for Cherry. So Grenada, after 18 overs, they are 85 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, it might be comfortable to say that St Lucia are well on their way to earn themselves a victory.
Yeah, it is early days, but I think the writing would have been on the wall very early. St Lucia would have said, I think at that level, 294 to get, it would always pose a daunting task. And I think Grenada would have always been up against it if they were to really overhaul that huge total. And more so, they would have had to do that in 44 overs. It's a good start to the over there by Kiana Joseph.
And Kiana Joseph, a very, very good left-arm spinner. You could tell that she thinks about what she's doing. She comes up to the crease every single delivery, trying to bowl her best ball. She varies her pace nicely, uses a crease, and just shows that the guile and cleverness that she has with the ball.
This last delivery was on the short side, pulled through the mid-wicket area, and the captain, Malika Edward, sending a good powerful throw back into the bowler. As they say, just veering the pace again. This one was just a little slower through the air. Really having the batter Thomas having to wait. This one just works it backward of square, only for 1. So in the 18 overs that has been completed so far, Jad, just 3 boundaries alone St Lucia have considered.
Yeah, I don't think, as I mentioned, I don't think that would be sufficient in terms of the strike rate. Chasing down a total of 290, I think chasing down a total of 290 with a required rate of 6.6 for a boundary and over would be ideal to get you close to the total. But with the amount of wickets that's lost already, it's almost a consolidating period for Grenada, where they need to put up their hand, as you mentioned. Somebody needs to put up their hand and play a blinder for them today.
So the required width is 6.68 and the current rate 4.58. But you would see half of the team already back in the hut. And you would want to believe with your top half would be perhaps some of your better batters.
Another full delivery there from Naisha. Naisha has been having the best of both worlds. And she's been able to get wickets and as well not been too consistent. An opportunity being created there. The fielder there looks like this. Yeah, they was just a little too slow to that one. Had not been able to get the builders off in time.
Just looking at the reaction of the keeper, one would have clearly seen that the batter would have completed the run before the bills were broken. So this one down the leg side. No signal from the umpire, so indication that it must have come off the pad.
You could see the energy in the St Lucian ladies there kind of fading away a little bit, despite being on top of the game. I mean, being out there for so long is always a challenging task.
I guess they looking at the situation and they must have been saying to themselves, it's pretty much wrapped up already. The writing is on the wall, so it's a question of just going through the motion, but they need to be more clinical than that. There should be no letting up.
Yeah, it's important for all good teams when you have a team down that you keep them down and don't give them any room.
I think if we look at, say, the way Australia play the cricket, very ruthless. There's no way Australia would have you on the ropes and then they'll allow you to go through, just go through the motion. They pretty much would want to finish you up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I try to wrap it up as quick as possible, and I think Nerissa Crafton and Selena Ross would be hoping the same as well, to get a good rest and be able to come back fit for the game tomorrow.
So at the end of 20, 1990 for the loss of 5, with Thomas on 2 and Williams on 9. And for St Lucia so far, Selena Ross, 7 overs. She has picked up 2 wickets for 26 runs. Roylene Cooper had 2 overs. She considered 15 and has picked up 1. And Nisha Sherry has bowled 3 overs, considered 19 runs and have picked up 1 wicket as well. This has been the 3 successful bowlers for St Lucia. So we see Kiana Joseph continuing from the Players Pavilion in. And this one is in the air but just falls short of James, who is moving across to the point region from backward point. Very slow delivery up his edge, and looks like it's an opportunity. It's a catch taken there by the keeper, Ashley Williams. Thomas just looking to lap this one towards the square leg region, getting the top edge on a relatively easy catch presented to the wicketkeeper, Ashlyn Edwards. So Grenada has lost their 6th wicket, 90 for 6. Kiana Joseph now has joined the party in terms of adding one to the wicket column. So Grenada really up against it. And the 294 is not only looking like Mount Jimmy to them now, it certainly has turned into Mount Everest. And we see the number 66, Jada Tyrell. She certainly had a miserable day in the field. So one would hope that she could have an improvement with the bat. The ball seems to have been following her everywhere she went on the field. So we see number 66 and 67 at the crease. So Jada Tyrell. We certainly want to perhaps look to put a partnership with Williams. As I did indicate, it's a daunting task to get to the 294, but this is only the first game in the tournament for them, so they could try to see how long they could stay out in the middle and bat, perhaps even get some batting practice, but still be positive in their approach. It's only 20 overs. They're only in the 21st over, and some 44 overs has to be bowled. So Kiana, umpire Darius signals dead ball. Apparently, whilst the bowler was moving into bowl, somebody was out there still chatting. And this one goes past the outside edge of Tyrell. So good bowling there by Kiana. 2.2 overs, 2.3 overs, sorry. 1 for 8.
And you could see her getting some spin off the wicket. You know, usually the Darren Sammy cricket ground is not a spinning wicket, but Kiana varying her pace and getting that ball to move away from the right-handed batters.
Really slowing this one up. Encouraging the batter to go for the big shot. This one certainly fired in there. Faster one. But in the opinion of the umpire, pitching outside the leg stump. So the end of a very successful over, therefore, Kiana Joseph with the wickets.
Yeah, really good bowling so far by the St Lucia team. We have 5 bowlers being used by the skipper. Nerissa Crafton bowling 6 overs for 21 runs. Selena Ross 7 overs, 26 runs, picking up 2 wickets. Brilliant bowling there by the youngster. Rodin Cooper only the 2 overs for 15 runs, picking up 1 wicket. Naisha Cherry 3 overs, 19 runs, picking up that 1 wicket. And Kiana Joseph so far has been the most economical with 3 overs, only conceding 8 runs and picking up 1 wicket. And we see a change of bowling from the media center end, another left-arm option. Zeta James, the young Zeta James coming into the attack.
Zeta starting off with a wide. Not the best of starts for her.
Yeah, Zeta like the likes of Kiana Joseph started off their careers as medium pacers, left-hand medium pacers. Kiana Joseph, I'm not sure if you recall, her first international wicket in England was off her medium pace. But ever since I was converted to left-arm off spin, and I've been successful doing so.
Much better delivery on this occasion by James. Just bringing the batter forward. He's into the cover region. This one outside the off stump, just pushes at this one. And umpire Leo signals wide. I must say from our vantage point, it did pass wide of that blue line.
I could have sonated an edge.
I think we would have had a much vociferous appeal if it came off the edge.
Zeta James continuing. Another wide delivery there. Bowlers finding it very difficult to bowl from that from the media center end. The ball almost drifting away from the right-handers. Zeta continuing. This time on a good length outside of stump. Not looking for too much spin. A bit quicker through the air than Kiana Joseph, but nonetheless getting the job done for a captain. And we see again the extras contributing vastly to the team's total, with 43 extras already being bowled by St Lucia. Not as many as the 50 bowled by Grenada, but still a lot of extras. So that's a talking point and a key area that should be assessed by coaches from both teams.
Okay, extras of top score for Grenada. 53 extras. The second best would be Richard Francis, 18 runs.
Yeah, I believe the extra scripting in always put you at a disadvantage. I mean, if you subtract the extras from the actual score, then I mean you would be content with a team being 61 for 6 after 22, as opposed to 94 for 6.
So at the end of 22 overs bowled, the Grenada team, they are 94 for the loss of 6 wickets. And so far, we have had a few batters: Anisha Thomas, Rachel Francis, and Karina Noel. All have gotten into double figures, but nobody has continued. And this one tossed up. The ball was struck in the mid-wickets region. We had the captain, Malika Edward, sorry. Looked like whether she lost sight of the ball, but we did not see her move for a while. And when she did react, the ball was already dropping very much close to the ground. So a chance really going to begin there by the captain.
Yes,
Edwards.
a slight blemish there in the field again. The skipper moving late for that one. I believe she thought it would have bounced short of her, but it continued going, and the valiant effort was made too late. But another chance created there by Kiana Joseph.
Looked like the batter got struck on the helmet. Ross really moving across. One-handed throw into the keeper. At the same time, you have the batter Tyrell sliding in.
And that just shows the importance of the helmet. Even when not facing the ball, there's a possibility of getting it.
So certainly no damage done. Everyone would be quite happy for that. Outside edge. Tyrell.
Grenada accumulating 99 runs, just one short of getting to that century. St Lucia would have hoped that they could have bowled them out before that, but nonetheless, a good effort by Grenada to get that far.
I think the Grenada team want to go from strength to strength. This is just game one out of the way. And tomorrow against Dominica and Rosalie, one would hope that they would put in a much improved performance. Because if not, knowing that the outfield at Rosalie is even much quicker than what Upton's that the Darren Sammy cricket gone.
And the boundaries are much smaller.
And the boundaries are smaller, so if they do not improve on the showing out in the field, they certainly would consider well over 300 runs tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe it's important for after this game that the coach, the management have a good sit down with their players and get an understanding of what went wrong today, and I guess try to work on it tomorrow. As you mentioned, there's not much time between games. To play 250 overs back to back, it's a daunting task, but I guess that's what the cricket has come to, and just have to do what you have to do.
James just tossing this one up. And William going for the big, expansive hit over the top, but not getting full control of this one. Ball trickling through the square leg region and be able to pick up an easy single. So Williams and Tyrell out in the middle.
Tyrell yet to get off the mark, facing 13 balls. She's probably trying to build a solid foundation there, just to accumulate some runs and accumulate some time at the wicket. As you mentioned, it's important for them to stay. A chance created there by Zeta, this one catching the outside edge, trickling down to the boundary and going for 4. And the fielder there was unable to get this one in before it crossed the rope. So you see Jada Tyrell finally getting off the mark with a boundary, a fortuitous boundary, and nonetheless still a 4, and the score moves on to 104 for 6.
Yes, pushing hard at this one outside the off stump, and the ball just coming off a thick outer edge, and just race down to the vacant third man region for 4. Zeda perhaps just pushing the ball a little through the air a little too quickly. If you realize Canada tends to look to stop the delivery a little more, and perhaps in doing so have created many more chances than she has.
Yeah, I think it's important to vary your pace, especially when you come down to the lesser batters. It's important for you to vary your pace and, as some may say, try to buy a wicket sometimes and just lob it up, get their eyes over the line of the ball. That's important, and I think Kiana is doing that very well.
So Grenada have moved on to 104 for the loss of 6 wickets. So 6 wickets for the loss of 104. Tyrell and Williams at the crease. And we see a substitution there for the been done with the St Lucia team. Fifth over. 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Certainly has done a good enough job for our captain so far. And this one is pulled through the wide wicket, and Marissa Crafton comes along, rifles the return to the bowler Kiana. So good work, good all-round cricket there by the St Lucia team.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there by Marissa. Moved across swiftly to her left and gets a good throw back to the bowler over the stumps. But Kiana continues to bowl nicely into her 5th over. We have Jada Tyrell on strike. She's really starting to pose a challenge to the bowlers. She continues to occupy the crease, and sometimes that can be frustrating when trying to wrap up the lower order.
She did not have the best of day in the field, but with the bat, she pretty much shows she has the capability of hanging around. Kiana continues to keep things tight. So an easy catch presented. So Kiana again creating the opportunity. Tyrell looking to play a cross-batted shot. And Destiny Edwards taking a relatively smart catch, moving to her left.
And just when we were giving her praises of occupying the crease, she plays out of character, trying to hit this one across the line. Had only succeeded in getting caught at short mid-wicket. Another good catch there, good display of fielding from the St Lucia team.
Yes, so the St Lucia team continuing to field admirably. We have only seen perhaps 2 blemishes in the field. The last one being that of the captain really reacting slow of the mid-wicket boundary when the ball was struck in the air. But all in all, they could be very much pleased with the effort in the field so far. The bowlers have responded admirably. I think the only sore point one would say with the effort in the field is the number of extras that they considered so far.
Right, I mean, extras always creep into the game at some point, and it's something that you cannot avoid, but it's important for the coach, Emmanuel, to go back and try to work on ways to improve on that, because sometimes extras can be the turning point in winning or losing a game.
So we see with the fall of the Tyrell, we see the incoming batter, Aria Fortune, the opening bowler. She certainly was aggressive in her bowling, so hitting the deck very hard.
Yeah, one of those shining lights for Grenada in the bowling aspect.
Yes, she and Karina Noel, sorry. But it's her turn now with the bat. Fortune certainly would want to turn the fortunes of Grenada at this point in time, but it might be, but then it will be too little, only time will tell.
Skipper Malaika would want to wrap this up relatively quickly, not giving too many extra runs. Yeah, good Peter fielding there by the backward point fielder.
Nerissa Crafton.
Number
3.
Cassie Williams really trying to take the charge to St Lucia bowlers on her own. It might be a difficult task to accomplish, but she really looks like she's prepared to take on the bowlers.
Well, Cassie certainly had a torrid day behind the stumps. I think she would really want to make amends for not keeping perhaps the way she knew she can. And it's her turn to try to do something with the bat. So far, she has the second top score with only Rachel Francis scoring 18 runs, one better than her so far.
You see another missed opportunity there from the keeper, Ashley Edward. Another sharp chance. Zeda is bowling the ball relatively quickly, so it's always a difficult chance for the keeper, but nonetheless an opportunity. Goes a begging and they go through for a single. So with that, Fortune gets off the mark. Good shot there by Williams, driving this one nicely down the ground for a single.
Yes, Williams. One would say one of the shining lights with the bat for Grenada so far. She has not scored too many, but she equaled the top score of 18 now by Rachel Francis. And she has shown good positive intent out in the middle. So after 26 overs, 108 for 7. One would pretty much say that the writing is on the wall now, Jad.
Yeah, it's difficult at this point to turn the game around. So many wickets have fallen, and we see another one, that of Cassie Williams being taken there. So the writing really is on the wall right now, with Grenada 108 for 8. Zeda James taking that catch there at backward point, and Kiana Joseph getting another wicket.
Yes, Kiana again just slowing this one up. Just tossing this one very slowly to Cassie and looking for the big booming hit over the top. Just getting the outside edge and the ball really lobbing to Zeda James. And I think if there's one player you would bet your last bottom dollar would hold on to this one would have been Zeda James. This one just lobbed to her, and I think she would have hold on to that even in her sleep. So Grenada continue to slide further.
Yeah, the walls
for the loss of 8 wickets. So just 2 more wickets and St Lucia would register the first win in the Windward Island Senior Women's 50 over tournament.
Yeah, it will be a great start for them in this tournament. And the confidence would be with them. The confidence would be the skipper, top order, and the bowlers having had a great all-round performance today.
Like I said, there is one area of concern for the St Lucia team from what we have seen in this game would be the number of extras, the number of wides in particular that they have considered.
Yeah, if you remove those 31 wides from that total, Grenada would have been bowled out for a sub 100.
Yeah, so both teams, there should be an area of concern. St Lucia have considered 33 extras so far, and Grenada considered some 54. So we've not seen the umpire play the batter played any shot, and the umpire did not signal dead ball either. This is not the batter, at least should look to pull out if she wasn't quite ready to face. This one a little quicker through the air by Kiana.
Yeah, good bowling there from Kiana.
Number 73 is bowling to number 73. I don't know if you made that observation.
I didn't, but let's see who gets the best of who.
Kiana really enjoyed her spell of bowling. And this one, she has gone past and it looked like she's stumped.
A very unorthodox wicket there. There was only one appeal from the extra cover field, and then the umpire gave it out.
Yes,
Yeah, it seems like it was out stumped.
The umpire Leo would have been in the best position to make that judgment call, and Kiana has gotten her fourth wicket. So Kiana still has a chance of possibly picking up a 5-wicket haul. Yes, bowled 5.5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, and has picked up some 4 wickets. So number 70. Devona Tyson is making her way to the wicket.
Yeah, then one more wicket for St Lucia to just wrap this up. Cannot be hopeful to get this one now to complete her 5-wicket haul. So far as brilliant figures of 4 for 14 in 5.5 overs. The skipper Malika would hope that can be wrapped up as soon as possible.
This would be a massive victory there for the St Lucia team. Grenada's at this point they are still trailing by 185 runs, Jad. So this could be a real massive victory there for the St Lucia team, and a really good psychological boost for them going into tomorrow's game, which will be a much tougher opponent, St Vincent and the Grenadines. So tomorrow really is the battle of the sins. Kiana Joseph really looking to wrap things up. One more wicket to give a 5-wicket haul. Really tosses this one up, encouraging the drive, looking for the run out. And Joseph not picking up this one cleanly. A little wayward throw, one would say. Really was not close to the stump.
Yeah, an opportunity for a run out there. Really should have been the end of the game there, but a terrible bit of feeling there by, look like Masley at mid-off.
I don't think Kiana would be too disappointed with probably the efforts. You probably figure if Zeda does not wrap this thing up in this over, then a possibility of getting a 5. Just kidding, but the interest of the team always comes before that of the player.
All right.
So it's a chance for Zeda to really wrap things up and register a massive victory there for the St Lucia team. Grenada still trailed by 184 runs. And with 9 wickets down, I think the fat lady has been singing for the longest while. Looking for the big almighty heave over the mid-wicket region. Oh, and she was almost run out. Coming here of errors there. Ball hitting.
The batsman just ampling out of her crease. And Ashley Edward with a smart bit of
Devona Tyson. Certainly just wandering off. And Ashlyn having a throw at the stump. And she was lucky that the bills were not dislodged. St Lucia now can sense victory.
Yeah, Devon Tyson there really struggling with the bat. And they would hope to wrap it up in this over.
Good bowling there, just tossing this one up outside the off stump. Encouraging Tyson to go for the big lofted drive. This one coming off the bottom of the bat to Ross in the mid-wicket region. Still no runs, so 2 deliveries left in the over. Hoping that she could wrap this up for St Lucia. And this one is up. Should be a catch now. Ashlyn Edwards takes the catch, and it's all over. St Lucia have registered a massive 184-run victory over the Grenada team. They have really stumped the authority, and a real convincing victory, Jad.
Yeah, an outstanding display of cricket there from the St Lucian team, with both the bat and the ball clinical, especially with the ball being able to wrap up Grenada for just a minimum total of 109. I mean, the skipper would have liked to bowl them out for less. I mean, less extras and stuff like of that sort. But nonetheless, an emphatic victory for St Lucia.
Yes, a good emphatic victory there for Team St Lucia in their first game of the 2023 Windward Island Senior Women's 50 over tournament. So a good start to the tournament for St Lucia, and as I did indicate, tomorrow they are going to be up against a much tougher opponent. But before we perhaps preview tomorrow's games, let us look at least the innings for Grenada.
Yeah, nothing too worrisome there for the St Lucia team.
Yes, so the Grenada batters, they really struggle. Like you said, nobody really contributed anything of note. The highest score being 18 runs. Rachel and Williams getting to 18, but for the St Lucia, the pick of the bowlers would have been Kiana Joseph, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, and she picked up some 4 wickets. Then you had Selena Ross, who had 7 overs for 26 runs and picked up 2 wickets. Roylene Cooper bowled 2 overs, picked up a wicket with a very first delivery for 15 runs. You also have Nisha Cherry, who bowled 3 overs, no maiden, 19 runs and picked up 1 wicket. And Zeda James, 3.5 overs, 12 runs, and she had the solitary wicket. So all in all, the St Lucia team could be very pleased with the effort today, registering a massive victory of 184 runs. Certainly, Grenada would look back and see the areas where they really went wrong, and certainly it would be in the fielding. We did not see the sort of intensity that was required to put up a good showing against the St Lucia team.
Yeah, I mean, with that display of fielding, St Lucia would have been inevitable to get over 250. They were able to put pressure on the fielders very early on in the innings, running twos, turning ones, turning singles into twos, and being able to put away the bad bowling. So St Lucia batters have really showed a dominating display of batting at the top of the innings, and just hopefully they could continue that throughout the tournament.
Yes, so St Lucia really, with the first game, first convincing victory. And as we did indicate, tomorrow it would be the Battle of the Saints here. St Lucia would be up against St Vincent and the Grenadines at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And over in Grosley, you have the Grenada team and the Dominica team would be playing their second match. So on behalf of my fellow commentator, Jad Goodman, our scorer, Roland Cox, the technical operator, I'm Greg Wilson signing off, telling you to join us tomorrow at about 9 o'clock for the game, St Lucia versus St Vincent and the Grenadines in the Windward Island Senior Women's 50 over competition.